This evening, we turn our attention to one of the most profound teachings within Zen philosophy, the concept of sudden awakening, or satori. This is often described as the swift, unmistakable flash of insight, the moment of profound recognition that strikes without expectation or warning. It is that crucial instant when our perception fundamentally shifts, unveiling the deep, inherent, and utterly unshakable peace that has, in fact, been present and waiting for us all along. Before we fully immerse ourselves in this exploration, please feel welcome to share with the community what time it is where you are and the location from which you are tuning in. We are typically conditioned to believe that true understanding is a gradual process, meticulously constructed piece by piece over many years of diligent effort. And while that method certainly holds true sometimes, Zen tradition also points to an altogether different mode of seeing, a sudden, immediate opening, much like a window being thrown wide open on a bright spring morning. One moment the landscape of truth is obscured, the very next moment it is revealed in its entirety, simply present. This kind of realization is not something we can manufacture, force, or schedule into our busy lives. It cannot be coerced or achieved through mere effort alone, although dedicated effort is essential in preparing and softening the ground for its arrival. Sudden awakening manifests in its own perfect timing, often precisely when we have ceased straining or grasping for it. It frequently breaks through in the most ordinary of circumstances, while mindfully washing rice, observing the quiet fall of rain, or simply walking a familiar neighborhood path. Over the course of this session, we will explore this powerful teaching using illuminating stories and shared reflections. We will encounter individuals who ultimately discovered a profound truth, the very door they had been desperately pushing against, believing it to be firmly locked, was in reality never secured. It required only a gentle, trusting touch to swing wide open. As we prepare to begin, allow your body to settle completely wherever you are resting now. There is no complex theory you need to immediately figure out, no specific spiritual height you must attain. Your only task is simply to listen and allow these teachings to gently find their way in. Take one slow, deliberate breath and let us commence. Consider the way a piece of ripe fruit falls suddenly from a branch. One moment, it is suspended high above, clinging to the limb. The very next, it lies upon the earth. If we focus only on the falling itself, it appears instantaneous, almost random. Yet, the slow, complex process of ripening that made that release possible required months of development. It involved the steady exposure to sun and rain, the silent, slow work of the seasons, all building toward that single, defining moment of release. Sudden awakening operates in a strikingly similar manner. The moment of deep seeing may indeed arrive in a flash, but beneath the surface, a lifetime of preparation has been actively underway. These are the years of living, of struggling, of subtle shifts in perspective, and of paying quiet attention, clear's throat, each person doing so in their own unique way. We cannot observe this essential preparation while it is unfolding. We only truly recognize its necessity afterward, when we look back and finally understand that absolutely nothing was wasted in the process. This reality gives rise to a truly beautiful paradox. We must engage in effort, yet effort alone is insufficient to guarantee awakening. We must dedicate ourselves to practice, yet practice in itself offers no guarantee of results. The fruit cannot possibly ripen unless the tree commits fully to its biological work. Yet, the tree cannot force the fruit to fall. It can only fulfill its nature, doing precisely what trees do, and fundamentally trust the greater process of life and time. Zen philosophy teaches us that this underlying trust is absolutely essential. We must consistently show up. We must diligently do our work. We must strive to remain open, and then we must consciously let go of demanding any specific, predetermined outcome. Awakening will invariably arrive when the conditions are perfectly aligned, and we have no capacity to know in advance when that will be. Our enduring job is simply to keep ripening. This is not a passive waiting. It is, instead, a state of active patience. We continue to engage fully and heartily with our lives, with our formal practice, and with whatever path we happen to be walking. But we learn to hold the specific results lightly. We stop measuring our progress against some distant, imagined finish line. We begin to discover that the ripening process itself holds profound inherent value, irrespective of when, or even whether, the final fruit drops. Let us explore a story that clearly illustrates how one man came to discover this difficult truth. In a vibrant city renowned throughout the land for its concentration of brilliant artists and respected scholars, there resided a young man named Zen who had dedicated his entire life to mastering the demanding art of calligraphy. Since the age of 12, he had practiced relentlessly every single day, carefully grinding his ink and filling page after page with intricate characters. Calligraphy was in his lineage. His father had been a master calligrapher, and his grandfather before him. The brush, it was often said, was deep within his bones. Zen was blessed with a natural, undeniable talent. His early teachers recognized his gifts immediately and praised his remarkably swift progress. By the time he reached 20, he could effortlessly produce characters that most students required years of painstaking study to master. He regularly won competitive exhibitions, and his work was often publicly displayed. People spoke of him as a genuine rising star, an artist certain to bring great honor to the long tradition. This torrent of praise meant everything to Senator. He had grown up perpetually in the shadow of his father's formidable reputation, always compared, always measured. When people praised his work, he felt he was finally establishing his identity in his own right, no longer merely the son of a calligrapher, but a recognized calligrapher himself. He responded by practicing even harder, pushing himself relentlessly to exceed every possible expectation. But Zen remained deeply unsatisfied. He had seen examples of true, undisputed mastery, works created by the great calligraphers of antiquity, and he knew, instinctively, that his own brush had not yet reached that transcendent level. There was an indefinable quality in those ancient scrolls that eluded description, a profound sense of aliveness that made the characters appear to genuinely breathe upon the paper. His own considerable work was technically skilled, yet somehow flat, correct in execution, but utterly lacking in life. Hearing rumors, he sought out a teacher named Dao who resided far outside the city limits. She was an elderly woman who had studied under masters long since passed away. Few students sought her out today, however, because she carried a strong reputation for being exceptionally difficult. She accepted only those students she personally chose, and she was said to be impossibly demanding. Many talented individuals who approached her returned months later feeling frustrated and empty-handed. Zen, however, was not deterred in the slightest. He was accustomed to being the best. He was determined to demonstrate his abilities to this renowned teacher, confident she would immediately recognize his talent and guide him to the next level of achievement. He made the long journey to her small, simple house situated on the edge of the deep forest. Dao was in her 70s, her white hair simply pulled back, her hands showing the accumulated decades of physical labor. She received him without overt warmth, but equally without hostility. She simply looked at him and waited patiently. Zen had carefully brought with him samples of what he considered his finest, most accomplished work. He unrolled them with an air of quiet pride, fully expecting her to instantly recognize what his previous teachers had seen, the precision, the unwavering control, the undeniable evidence of years of dedicated practice visible in every single stroke. Dao gazed at the scrolls for a significant duration. Then, She slowly rolled them back up and handed them straight back to him. "Not yet," she simply stated. Zen waited anxiously for further criticism, specific guidance he could absorb, and explicit direction he could follow. But Dao merely turned and resumed her own work, acting as if he had already departed. "What do you mean?" Zen asked, struggling visibly to keep the frustration from boiling over in his voice. "What precisely is missing? Tell me what to correct, and I will correct it." Dao did not even look up from her brush. "If I could simply tell you what is missing, you would not need to truly learn it yourself. Return when you have something different to show me." Zen retreated to the city, feeling utterly humiliated and profoundly confused. He had never before been so thoroughly dismissed. He threw himself into practice with renewed, manic intensity, desperately attempting to discover the unseen lack Dao had identified. He experimented feverishly with different techniques, styles, and approaches. 6 months later, he returned with a portfolio of new work. Dao looked at it. "Not yet." Zen wanted desperately to argue, to demand a logical explanation, but something in the old woman's unyielding, calm certainty stopped him every time. He went away again. This pattern, agonizingly, continued for years. Sometimes she would keep him for tea and speak about ordinary things, about the weather or the migratory birds she had observed that morning. Sometimes she would send him away immediately. But she never explained what she was waiting for. She never offered him guidance he could mechanically follow. The 5th year proved to be the hardest. Zen had completed a series of characters that he was absolutely certain represented a major artistic breakthrough. He had labored on them for months, painstakingly refining every stroke until they seemed flawless to his own eye. He made the pilgrimage to Dao's house with genuine hope, the first time he had felt such certainty in years. She examined his work for less than a minute. "Not yet." Something inside Zen shattered that day. He erupted, shouting at her, demanding a logical explanation, even accusing her of deliberately playing cruel games with him. Dao listened silently, without any change in her expression. When his outburst was finally exhausted, she simply repeated, "Come back when you have something different to show me." He did not visit her again for almost 2 years after that encounter. He convinced himself he was finished with her impossibly high standards. He returned to teaching, accepted commissions, and settled into the ordinary, predictable life of a working calligrapher. Yet, the work now felt utterly hollow. He could not unsee the transcendent quality he had briefly glimpsed in those ancient master scrolls. Mere competence could no longer satisfy him, having tasted the possibility of something infinitely greater. Eventually, inevitably, he returned to Dao. She received him as if no time at all had passed. She looked at his new submission. "Not yet." Other calligraphers back in the city were convinced Zen was simply wasting his life. His early, spectacular promise seemed entirely stalled. He no longer won major competitions or secured lucrative commissions. He appeared to have become utterly consumed by this impossible quest to satisfy a teacher who, by all accounts, could never be satisfied. But an unseen transformation was taking place within Zen, one he could not yet clearly perceive himself. The relentless, constant rejection was steadily wearing away a crucial part of him, not his technical skill, which continued to quietly mature, but something far deeper, his need for external recognition, his arrogant certainty that he already knew what good work looked like, and his inflated pride in being the uniquely talented one, the special person who succeeded where everyone else failed. In his 35th year, Zen undertook his usual journey to Dao's secluded house. It was deep autumn, and the leaves were swirling down from the trees along the worn path. He had been visiting her now for 15 years. 15 years of not yet. He no longer brought his work with the same bright expectation he once possessed. He barely expected anything at all anymore. He had slept poorly the night before. He had spent weeks agonizing over a single character, trying endless variations, and nothing felt acceptable. He was bone-tired in a way that transcended mere physical fatigue, tired of striving, tired of failing, tired of the whole endless, exhausting effort of trying to become something he apparently could not become. He unrolled his latest effort for Tao. It was not, objectively speaking, his best work. He knew it, yet he had brought it anyway because he had lost all sense of what his best even meant. The rigid categories of good and bad that had once seemed so distinct had entirely blurred into a weary uncertainty. Tao looked at the scroll. She looked at it for a long, quiet time, longer than usual. Sin waited, braced for the familiar words, but Tao did not utter, not yet. Instead, she asked, "What happened?" Sin failed to grasp the meaning of the question. "What do you mean? This character is fundamentally different. Something has changed. What happened?" Sin reflected deeply. Nothing dramatic had truly occurred. He had simply run out of energy. He had stopped trying so desperately to impress her, stopped striving to produce something worthy, stopped caring so intensely about the final outcome. He had simply made the character because, after 15 years, making characters was merely what he did. There was no ambition driving the act, no trace of hope, just the brush, the ink, and the uninhibited movement of his hand. "I gave up," he said finally, the words quiet and simple. "I stopped trying to make it good. I just made it." Tao nodded slowly, thoughtfully. "Yes, I can see that clearly. This," she confirmed, "is the first honest work you have shown me in 15 years. Sin felt a profound sensation crack open deep within his chest. All those obsessive years of effort. And the one thing Tao had been patiently waiting for was for him to finally stop trying. "I do not understand," he protested. "You rejected my absolute best work for 15 years, and now you accept this piece, which I made without even caring about the result." Tao carefully set down her brush and looked at him directly, eye to eye. "Your best work was never your true best work. It was, rather, your most effortful work. It was saturated with you, with your fierce wanting to be good, your longing to be recognized, your need to be the talented one. The characters were technically correct, but they were never alive. They were performances, not genuine expressions." She gestured toward the scroll resting before her. "This is fundamentally different. This came through you, not from you. When you finally stopped struggling to prove something, the brush was at last able to move freely. The character could finally breathe." Sin examined his work with entirely new eyes. It was undeniable that something essential had changed. The strokes possessed a fluidity and quality he could never have manufactured through sheer force of will. They were looser, more organic, more truly alive. Not because he had consciously tried to make them that way, but because he had ceased trying to make them any particular way whatsoever. 15 years, he repeated quietly, processing the weight of time. "You made me wait 15 years for this." "I did not make you wait," Tao corrected gently. "You were simply not ready. All your prodigious talent, all your dedicated practice, all your technical skill, these elements were entirely necessary. But they were insufficient. You first had to exhaust the boundaries of your own ambition before you could discover what resided beneath it. You had to fail completely at becoming a great calligrapher before you could simply be one." Sin remained with Tao for several months following that turning point. But the dynamic of the teaching was radically different now. She no longer rejected his work. Instead, they often worked side by side, two calligraphers quietly making characters, and she would occasionally offer a subtle pointer whenever his old, rigid habits began to creep back in, whenever he started trying to be good again instead of simply being present in the act. When he eventually returned to the bustle of the city, Sen's entire body of work had been transformed. Other calligraphers noticed the profound shift immediately. There was a nameless quality in his characters now that had been absent before, that very aliveness he had long admired in the ancient masters. People pressed him, asking what had happened, what new technique he had mastered, what secret Tao had finally shared. Zen found the answer exceedingly difficult to articulate. "She taught me to give up," he would say, and people would often laugh, assuming he was joking. But he was deeply serious. The secret was not a clever technique or a new style. It was a complete surrender. All his decades of practice had been essential ground preparation, but the final awakening had arrived only when he stopped grasping for it. The fruit had ripened slowly, invisibly, over 15 years, and then, in one exhausted moment of release, it had finally fallen. This compelling narrative illustrates the beautiful paradox found at the core of sudden awakening. Zen practiced diligently for decades, and that rigorous practice was undeniably essential. Yet, the final breakthrough came not through intensified effort, but through a conscious reduction of striving. He had to completely exhaust his personal ambition before he could uncover the authentic expression that lay beneath it. Zen masters speak of this necessary tension as the relationship between effort and grace. We cannot bypass the effort, the years of practice, the unwavering dedication, the commitment to showing up day after day. All of this groundwork matters profoundly, but we also cannot compel the result. At a certain crucial point, we must step back, let go, and allow something far greater to take over. The Buddha himself famously followed this exact pattern. He dedicated years to intense spiritual practice, pushing his body and mind to the extremes of discipline and ascetic denial. And then, utterly exhausted and near death, he made the monumental decision to let go of all his striving. It was precisely in that radical act of release that awakening found him. The effort had been necessary to clear the path, but it was the release that finally opened the door. This truth is notoriously difficult for most of us to accept. We are fiercely committed to the belief that increased effort will inevitably yield increased results. We desperately crave a direct, measurable relationship between what we invest and what we receive in return. But awakening does not conform to this transactional model. It demands that we perform our work fully and completely, and then that we surrender the outcome. To ripen and ripen clears throat and continue to ripen, allowing the fruit to fall only when it is perfectly ready in its own time. Let us now turn to another story, one that beautifully illustrates how this process of ripening can unfold gently across the expanse of a lifetime. In a tranquil valley where rice cultivation had defined life for more generations than anyone could accurately count, there lived a young woman named Nori, who cherished her grandfather above all others. He had been a dedicated rice farmer his entire life, just as his father had been, and his father before that. The family had meticulously worked the same fertile fields for 2 centuries. What Nori recalled most vividly about her grandfather was not primarily his considerable skill as a farmer, but rather the unique quality of his quiet presence. When he stood amidst the rice paddies at dusk, there was something about him she could never quite articulate, a profound stillness, a sense of absolute completeness. As if he, the fertile fields, and the softly fading light were indivisible, one unified entity breathing in synchronicity. Nori, a small girl in muddy sandals, would observe him from the water's edge, sensing she was witnessing a profound truth, a state of being she desperately yearned to grasp. "Grandfather," she once inquired, "what thoughts occupy your mind when you stand here in the fields?" He turned to her, his gaze calm and deep, eyes that always seemed to perceive a reality far subtler than the visible world. "I do not think," he simply replied. "I merely stand." At the time, this reply was utterly baffling. How could any person exist without thought? The human mind was a tireless machine, constantly processing and producing ideas. That, after all, was its primary function. Nori's grandfather passed away when she was 16. It was a peaceful, natural death in his sleep, following a fulfilling day spent working the beloved fields he had always tended. The entire village grieved his passing. He had possessed that rare quality of presence that instantly calmed and grounded those around him, fostering a profound sense of peace. Following his death, Nori was consumed by a desperate urgency to comprehend the deeper knowledge he had carried, that extraordinary stillness, that innate ease, that feeling of being perfectly and completely rooted in the world. She longed to attain that state herself. She felt an understanding of his wisdom would create a lasting connection to him. So she tirelessly questioned everyone who had known him, the neighboring farmers, the revered village elders, even her own parents, demanding to know, what was his secret? What specific practice did he follow? What unique spiritual wisdom had he attained? No one, however, could offer an answer. He was simply himself, they insisted. They noted he had always been that way, hard-working, deeply kind, and utterly devoted to the land. There were no hidden doctrines, no clandestine teachings, no special techniques. He had simply lived his life, day after ordinary day, cultivating the fields that his family had faithfully stewarded for countless generations. This lack of explanation frustrated Nori profoundly. She was convinced there must be a deeper mechanism at play. The profound quality she had observed could not have manifested spontaneously. It had to have been achieved, earned, or learned through deliberate effort. She steadfastly refused to accept that such a state was merely a gift arbitrarily bestowed upon some and denied to others. Driven by her conviction, she sought out teachers capable of articulating the peace her grandfather had embodied. She devoured every available text on philosophy, the mind, and the spirit. Eventually, she journeyed to a far-off monastery and committed a full year to studying alongside the resident monks. There, she immersed herself in meditation techniques and complex philosophical concepts. Her practice was diligent. She sat in rigorous stillness for hours, focusing on her breath, attempting to silence the relentless chatter of her mind. The monks were both patient and gentle, assuring her she was progressing and that with sustained practice, she would eventually discover the insight she sought. Yet Nori felt a growing intuition that her search was diverging from their instruction. The monks spoke of spiritual transcendence, of escaping the limitations of ordinary existence. But her grandfather had never risen above anything. He had been wholly immersed in his life, fully present in his fields, amid the mud, the water, and the vibrant growth of the rice. His deep sense of peace had not been achieved by fleeing the mundane. Somehow, it had been discovered within it. When she finally returned home and stood in the rice paddies at dusk, she failed to recapture the profound connection her grandfather seemed to possess. She felt only like a young woman standing in a field, forcing herself to experience a sensation that eluded her completely. Years rolled into decades. Nori married a farmer from an adjacent village and relocated to his family's land. She raised her own children. She worked the soil with the same dedication her grandfather and his grandfather before him and all the preceding generations had shown. The unceasing rhythm of agricultural life consumed her existence, planting the seeds, tirelessly tending the crops, harvesting the yield, the perpetual cycle dictated by the seasons. The labor was demanding, yet inherently fulfilling. She grew to know her husband's fields as intimately as she had known her grandfather's, learning their unique topography, their varying needs, and their shifting moods under different weather conditions. She raised her children lovingly and watched them flourish into adults. When her husband succumbed to illness in their 30th year of marriage, she buried him and carried on working the land alone, continuing the timeless tradition of resilience known to all farmers. She often still thought of her grandfather, particularly at dusk when the setting sun cast a rich golden hue across the fields. She still nursed the quiet desire to understand his deep peace. But gradually, the fierce, desperate urgency of her search mellowed into something quieter and more accepting. She realized that profound understanding could not be compelled. All she could do was live her life fully and observe what unfolded. Occasionally, doubts plagued her. Had she been relentlessly pursuing an illusion? Perhaps her grandfather was merely a man of quiet disposition, and she, as a child, had projected profound meaning onto a simple trait. Maybe the quality she cherished in her memory was merely a figment of a child's rich imagination, not an attainable reality. These persistent uncertainties were troubling, yet she lacked the means to dismiss them. After her children were fully grown and her husband had long since passed, Nori received an inheritance, her grandfather's original fields. Her cousin, who had been tending them, was now elderly and wished to retire. He offered her the opportunity to return to the land of her childhood. Nori accepted instantly. She was 60 years old and had been absent from those fields for the majority of her life, yet the memory of them had remained indelibly within her. On the first evening of her return, she walked out to the paddies as twilight descended. The light, just as she recalled, was a brilliant gold. The shallow water mirrored the expansive sky. The young rice stalks stood in patient, orderly rows, exactly as rice had grown on this sacred ground for 2 centuries. Nori stood quietly at the field's edge. She made no effort to summon any extraordinary feeling. She did not engage in any of the meditation techniques she had meticulously learned. She was simply weary from the journey, appreciating the stunning beauty of the evening, her feet instinctively familiar with the terrain even after decades of absence. And in that ordinary moment, something profoundly shifted. She would never be able to pinpoint the exact instant it occurred. One moment, she was merely an old woman gazing at a rice field. The very next, or perhaps it was simultaneous, all sense of separation between the observer and the observed dissolved. The field, the reflective water, the golden light, her own aging body, her conscious awareness, all merged into one single, unbroken whole. She was no longer watching the evening unfold. She was the evening, observing its own existence. The experience seemed to last only an instant, yet held the resonance of eternity. Time itself had become pliable and strange. When her normal perception reasserted itself, Nori found tears streaming down her face, though they were not tears of sorrow. She felt as though an immense, invisible burden she had carried for 44 years had finally been released and set aside. Now, she understood the profound truth her grandfather had embodied, not through her intellectual mind, which remained incapable of articulation, but through a deeper, innate knowing. His profound stillness had not been attained through esoteric techniques or special devotion. He had simply lived his life completely, honored his work diligently, and greeted each new day exactly as it arrived. Over the course of time, the artificial boundary between himself and his existence had gradually eroded and finally vanished. All the intense seeking, she realized, had been necessary. The decades of relentless questioning, the time spent in the monastery, the countless books, the aching longing, none of it had provided the solution directly. Instead, she had needed to fully exhaust the impulse to seek before she could simply be, to stand in that simple, effortless state her grandfather had embodied, the state she now realized she had inherently possessed all along, hidden beneath the layer of her striving. She returned to the house as the darkness deepened. Her physical body felt unchanged. Her mind continued to generate its usual stream of thoughts. Yet, Something fundamentally different had occurred, a shift she could not categorize with language, but which she could never again doubt. In the ensuing years, Nori continued to farm the land, adopting the same quiet rhythm her grandfather had kept. She did not attempt to teach anyone about the transformative experience of that evening. She lacked the vocabulary to express it. Nonetheless, people began to notice a change in her, the graceful way she navigated her daily routines, the distinct quality of her presence, and the unmistakable sense of inner stillness that radiated from her, particularly when she stood among the rice paddies at twilight. Her own grandchildren would observe her from the water's edge, just as she had watched her grandfather decades ago. And sometimes they would pose the question, "Grandmother, what do you think about when you stand here in the fields?" Nori would meet their gaze with her calm, knowing eyes and offer the precise answer her grandfather had given her, the reply that had once seemed meaningless, but now contained the entirety of the world's wisdom. "I do not think. I simply stand." Both Zen and Nori required many years of silent maturation, or ripening, before their moment of spiritual awakening finally arrived. Zen's readiness was cultivated through rigorous, dedicated practice and the gradual depletion of his spiritual ambition. Nori's readiness was achieved through an entire lifetime of simply living, of working the earth, and of tirelessly bearing an existential question she could not intellectually resolve. In both of their stories, the awakening itself was sudden, a single, decisive moment when an inner shift occurred, allowing them to perceive a reality previously obscured. Yet that instantaneous moment was fully dependent upon everything that preceded it. The fruit dropped suddenly, yes, but only because the long process of ripening had reached completion. Buddhist wisdom instructs us that we cannot bypass this essential ripening phase. We cannot engineer some clever shortcut or intellectual trick to jump straight to enlightenment. We must commit to living our lives fully, performing our duties, and walking the unique path laid out for us. Those years of tireless effort are not obstructions to awakening. They are the fertile ground from which awakening naturally sprouts. Crucially, however, we must hold our efforts lightly. If we clutch too desperately at the goal, our very grasping prevents its arrival. The fruit on the tree will not fall more quickly merely because we stare at it with impatience. It detaches precisely when it is fully ready, at its own natural pace, according to its inherent nature. This principle perhaps represents the most profound teaching concerning sudden awakening. It arrives instantaneously, yet we possess no power to force its timing. It demands our active participation, yet remains completely beyond our control. We perform our part diligently, and then we surrender in trust. We ripen, and we patiently wait. And when the moment finally unfolds, we realize the surprising truth. We were prepared all along. We simply lacked the vision to see it until the veil lifted. Allow your breath to soften and settle now. Acknowledge the deep weight of your body, fully resting in this moment. You, too, are undergoing a quiet process of ripening in ways that remain hidden from view. Trust this essential process and allow yourself the grace of rest. We are often inclined to imagine that profound awakening occurs only in extraordinary settings, atop mist-shrouded mountaintops, within ancient temples where fragrant incense burns, or in the presence of revered teachers uttering words of transformative power. We harbor the belief that if we could just secure the perfect environment, the precise circumstances, or the auspicious moment, then true insight would finally be granted. Zen, however, directs our attention elsewhere. The great enlightened masters did not achieve their realization amid exceptional conditions. They awakened while humbly sweeping floors, carefully cooking meals, or walking along common dusty roads. Their revelation was that the ordinary is, in truth, inseparable from the sacred. The sacred is subtly concealed within the mundane, patiently awaiting recognition. This particular teaching can prove challenging for us to fully embrace. We desire our awakening to be spectacular, unique, and dramatic, a moment commensurate with the vast transformation we crave. Yet the actual truth is far simpler and perhaps much stranger. The spiritual doorway we search for is not located elsewhere. It is right here, anchored in this present moment, residing within whatever activity we currently happen to be engaged in. Washing a sink full of dishes can become that doorway. Folding a pile of laundry can be that doorway. Any single act performed with complete, unwavering presence has the power to crack open the wall separating our limited, small self from the vastness of something greater. The Buddha himself taught that the possibility of enlightenment is accessible in every single moment, not exclusively during meditation or prayer, but throughout all moments of living. The challenge, therefore, is not to seek out a special moment, but to recognize that every moment holds intrinsic value. Or, more accurately, to see that the categories we impose, special and ordinary, vanish entirely when we inhabit true presence. Tonight, as we continue to explore this profound teaching, take a moment to reflect on the ordinary activities of your own life, the routine tasks you often perform mindlessly, the daily habits you move through on autopilot. Each and every one of them is a potential doorway. Each is a specific location where awakening may patiently be waiting. Let us now consider a story illustrating how one woman found her awakening through the simplest, most ordinary of acts. In a bustling town where travelers frequently paused to rest before resuming their long journeys, there lived a woman named Cho, who, 6 months prior, had inherited her mother's renowned tea house. Her mother had successfully operated the establishment for 35 years, during which time it had gained fame across the entire region. People willingly diverted their routes just for the experience of tasting her mother's tea. Objectively, there was nothing exceptional about the ingredients. The tea leaves were standard, the water came from the common village well, the cups were simple, and the kettle was an ordinary iron pot. Yet, those who drank it insisted her mother's tea was distinct, somehow more vibrant, more vital, more deeply present. They could not articulate the reason, but the difference was palpable. Cho had spent her life observing her mother at work. She learned the craft right alongside her, diligently mimicking the movements and striving to absorb her technique. By adulthood, she could execute every stage of the tea preparation process flawlessly, reproducing her mother's actions with perfect fidelity, the exact water temperature, the measured quantity of leaves, and the particular style of pouring that her mother had honed over many decades. When her mother passed away quietly in her sleep following an extended illness, Cho assumed ownership of the tea house. She felt assured in her ability to preserve the legacy her mother had created. After all, she knew every required step. She had practiced for years. She believed the tea would be unchanged. But it was not unchanged. Cho detected the difference immediately in the expressions of those longtime customers who were familiar with her mother's brew. They offered polite compliments, assuring her the tea was good. But the unspoken truth was reflected clearly in their eyes. The unique magic was missing. "It simply doesn't taste like your mother's," an elderly patron finally confessed. He had been a loyal customer for 2 decades. He spoke with genuine softness, hesitant to cause offense, yet unable to conceal the truth. "I apologize. I can't tell you why, but it is distinctly different." Cho knew instinctively that his assessment was accurate. She had been sensing it herself, a fundamental disharmony she couldn't pinpoint. She meticulously performed every single action exactly as her mother had, every precise step, every careful measurement, every deliberate gesture, yet the final result tasted empty. It was a perfect copy, but utterly devoid of its original soul. She desperately attempted adjustments, experimenting with varying quantities of leaves and modifying the steeping durations. She even undertook a journey to procure leaves from the exact same merchant her mother had patronized, suspecting she might have made an error with the supplier. None of her efforts yielded results. The tea remained merely competent, unremarkable, and easily forgotten. Consequently, the clientele began to dwindle, not in a sudden exodus, but a slow, noticeable fade. Travelers continued to use the location for its convenience. But the dedicated connoisseurs, the ones who came solely for the magic of her mother's tea, stopped appearing altogether. Cho was heartbroken. She felt she had been entrusted with this sacred space, this profound legacy, and she was actively presiding over its ruin. Her mother had painstakingly cultivated something beautiful over 35 years, and Cho was forced to witness its slow collapse in a mere 6 months. She even began to consider selling the establishment, hoping perhaps someone else possessed the secret she lacked. One afternoon, a traveling monk entered the tea house. He was an elderly man named Bo, possessing a face deeply etched by time and eyes radiating profound calmness. He requested tea and took a seat by the window, silently observing the activity on the street. Cho prepared his cup with the same meticulous attention she offered every patron, though her spirit was heavily burdened and lacking its previous fervor. When she presented the tea to his table, the monk did not immediately lift the cup. He gazed at it for a long, contemplative moment, then raised his eyes to meet hers. "You are deeply unhappy," he stated flatly, the observation delivered as a simple fact, not a query. Cho was taken aback by his extraordinary directness. "I am fine," she automatically replied. "No," he countered gently. "You are not fine. I can perceive it in the way you hold yourself and move. You are carrying a tremendous weight." Perhaps it was the genuine kindness imbued in his tone, or perhaps it was the simple, utter exhaustion of maintaining her pretense. Cho found herself pulling up a chair and sitting across from him, pouring out the entire story: her mother's passing, the undeniable difference in the tea's quality, the departure of the loyal customers, and her crippling sense that she had failed at the single, most important legacy her mother had entrusted to her. Bo listened quietly, offering no interruption. When she finally finished speaking, he posed a single, unexpected question. "When you are preparing the tea, what exactly occupies your thoughts?" Cho paused, deeply considering the unexpected inquiry. The need to get it right, to replicate the way my mother did it, to fret over whether this specific cup will measure up." "You are consumed by thoughts of your mother, the shadow of the past, and the burden of judgment." "I suppose so." "Yes." Bo nodded slowly, considering. "When you watched your mother performing the ritual of tea, what impression did you get of her thoughts?" Cho paused, attempting to access a clear memory. She recalled her mother standing by the kettle. Her mother's precise movement as she poured the hot water over the fragrant leaves. Her mother's hands, always so steady and unhurried in their action. What occupied her mind? "I simply do not know," Cho admitted honestly. She seemed utterly present, as if the rest of the world dissolved, leaving only the task she was performing. "Exactly," Bo affirmed. "That is the profound difference between you." He picked up his cup, weighing it in his hand, but refrained from drinking. "You are relentlessly trying to make tea like your mother. Yet your mother was never trying to make tea like anyone else. She was simply making tea, fully and intensely present with the water, the leaves, and the cup in her hands. She was not burdened by thoughts of the past or anxieties about the future. She was not comparing her actions or skills to anyone. She was simply here, performing this one action with complete dedication." Cho felt an unexpected stirring within her chest, a subtle shift she couldn't immediately identify. but I meticulously follow the same steps, the exact same process. The steps do not constitute the tea. The procedure is merely the framework. The true tea is made by the one who is fully present while executing it. Your mother inhabited that presence. You, however, are preoccupied elsewhere, worrying about your competence, scrutinizing whether you are performing the ritual correctly, struggling to live up to the idealized memory of her. You are absent, and the tea reflects that absence. Bo finally raised the cup and took a deep, deliberate sip. He paused, considering the flavor and the preparation. This tea is made by someone who is gripped by fear. Someone who is exerting too much effort. That is the subtle flavor I perceive. He delivered this assessment gently, completely devoid of judgment. Yet, his words resonated through Cho like the solemn chime of a heavy bell. He was absolutely correct. Her concentration had been so fixed upon replicating her mother's actions that she had never allowed herself to simply be present with the task she was performing. Her mind had been steeped in the past, in anxious comparison and crippling fear. She had never purely made tea. Bo returned the following day, and the day after that, maintaining his simple routine. He never requested anything out of the ordinary. He merely ordered tea and took his customary seat by the window. At times he observed Cho working meticulously. At other times, his gaze drifted out toward the street. He seldom spoke, but his mere presence carried a unique quality of focused attention that prompted Cho to become keenly aware of herself in a way she hadn't before. She started to register the precise moments her mind began to wander into the realm of comparison. When thoughts of her departed mother began to dominate, or worries about the customer's expectations, or that persistent question of whether this specific cup would meet the required standard. Every time she caught her mind straying, she consciously attempted to return. Just this water, just this cup, just this moment of pouring. This effort proved far more challenging than she had anticipated. Her mind possessed an insistent desire to drift. It craved the familiar habits of judgment, comparison, and worry. Yet, slowly with sustained practice, she started to encounter brief, luminous moments of simple, unburdened presence. Moments where there was nothing but the visible steam rising, the cool weight of the kettle in her hands, and the quiet, distinct sound of the water meeting the dried leaves. One particular afternoon, several weeks after Bo's initial visit, Cho was preparing tea for a woman she had never seen before. She had slept poorly the previous night, and her mind was utterly exhausted, too weary for its customary patterns of worrying. She moved through the steps mechanically, without dwelling on them, without comparison, without hope or fear dictating her actions. She was simply tired, and because of that, she simply made tea. She delivered the cup to the customer, an elderly woman whom she did not recognize. The woman brought the cup to her lips, took a careful sip, and paused. Then she lifted her gaze to Cho, her face holding an unmistakable expression of delighted surprise. "This is truly wonderful," she stated. "This is the taste of the tea I remember having here years ago, when the old mistress was still alive." Cho felt a sudden expansion, a feeling of openness, in her chest. She thanked the customer warmly and walked back to her counter, noticing that her hands were trembling slightly with emotion. Something significant had occurred. Something profound had shifted. That evening, she recounted to Bo precisely what the customer had said. He responded with a wide smile, the first genuine expression of warmth she had witnessed from him. "You managed to step out of your own way," he observed. "You ceased your attempts to emulate your mother and simply made tea. The tea you produced was inherently yours, yet paradoxically, it was also your mother's essence, because she had imparted the very lesson I am trying to convey to you. Except she communicated it through years of silent observation rather than explicit instruction. She was not performing the act of making tea. She was simply present with the process. And today, for a fleeting moment, so were you. But I was only capable of presence because I was too tired to engage my usual anxieties, Cho countered. How can I deliberately achieve that state again when I am fully awake and not exhausted? Practice. Learn to notice the precise instant you depart from the present moment. Recognize when you begin to indulge in comparison or worry or the futile effort of attempting to embody someone else and then return, repeatedly. Just come back. The experience will not always be seamless or perfect. Some days you will inevitably be distracted, and the resulting tea will be merely ordinary. But now you have experienced the taste of what is truly possible. You know where the doorway lies. You simply must commit to walking through it repeatedly. Bo departed the following morning, resuming whatever path his journey required. Cho never encountered him again. Yet, his continuous presence was no longer necessary. He had revealed a truth to her that, once seen, could never be ignored. The exceptional quality of tea she had been striving for was not contained within techniques or formalized steps. It resided in presence, in the deep, complete act of being here, fully engaged with whatever task was before her. Slowly, the tea house began the process of rebuilding its good reputation. It was not a faithful reproduction of her mother's establishment, but it flourished uniquely in its own way. Customers began to remark that Cho's tea possessed an inexplicable quality, a subtle difference they could not articulate. She made no attempt to explain it herself. She simply continued making tea, present with the temperature of the water, present with the texture of the leaves, present entirely within the passing moment. And through some alchemy, that profound presence was the flavor people perceived in their cups. This narrative powerfully illustrates how spiritual awakening can manifest through the medium of the most mundane and ordinary activities. Cho was not seeking enlightenment while meditating high upon a mountain. She found it while preparing tea in a modest shop, a routine she had performed thousands of times previously. But the moment she finally ceased striving to embody someone else's ideal, when she fully committed to being present with the simple act she was performing, everything shifted internally and externally. The ordinary, repetitive act was instantly transformed into a sacred doorway. Zen philosophy instructs us that literally any activity can serve as a spiritual practice. The specific task is irrelevant. What holds true significance is the manner in which we approach it. When we dedicate our full, undivided attention to the immediate present moment, when we cease the internal friction of dividing our energy between the task at hand and the judgment of what we feel we should be achieving, the artificial boundary separating the ordinary and the sacred completely dissolves. The Buddha designated mindfulness as the essential foundation of the path to enlightenment. However, mindfulness is not an external chore that we must incorporate into our lives like yet another item to check off a demanding list. It is, rather, a fundamental quality of pure presence that we consciously bring to everything we are already doing. The dishes remain dishes. The tea remains tea. But our relationship to them is altered. We are fully here. And the profound simplicity of that presence holds the power to transform everything. Let us now examine a second story, which further illuminates the depth of this teaching. In a mountainous region renowned for great buildings constructed entirely from durable stone, there lived a master stone cutter named Wei, who had faithfully practiced his difficult trade for more than 30 years. His hands possessed an intimate knowledge of the rock's grain, much like a seasoned farmer's hands comprehend the structure of the soil. He had the skill to look at a massive block of stone and instantly discern where its inherent weakness lay, where its hidden fractures were buried, precisely where it would willingly yield to the powerful chisel, and where it would hold firm and stubbornly resist. When Wei was a young man, the rigorous work had been a sheer joy. Every day was defined by the deep satisfaction of deliberately shaping something solid, enduring, and lasting. The magnificent structures he helped construct were destined to stand proudly for countless generations. He felt his own laboring hands were contributing to a purpose far grander than himself. But now Wei was 53 years old, and that initial, driving joy had completely faded away. His shoulders ached constantly, a dull, nagging pain. His fingers stiffened and cramped tightly around the handle of the chisel. The younger stonecutters surrounding him worked with greater speed, delivered sharper, more forceful strikes, and consequently produced more finished work. He observed them and perceived a ghost of his own lost youth, and this comparison reinforced his feeling of being old and used up. He had begun to genuinely dread the work that had once filled him with purpose. Every morning he awoke to the exact same routine, the same rough stones, the same seemingly endless cycle of chipping away. He obsessively counted the remaining years until he might finally cease the labor. 5 more years, perhaps 10, until his body and hands simply failed completely, or he managed to save sufficient funds to retire. That number felt impossibly, crushingly large. Working diligently beside him was an exceptionally old stonecutter named Wen, who had been practicing this exacting trade even longer than Wei himself. Wen was 68 years old now, his hair a stark white, his face deeply etched with the lines of time and labor. By all physical metrics, he should naturally have been slower than Wei, weaker, more physically depleted. Yet, there was an inexplicable difference in Wen's approach to the work. He never appeared to be suffering or merely enduring his days. He executed his demanding movements with a certain economy and profound ease that Wei simply could not comprehend. One hot afternoon, Wei's pent-up frustration finally spilled out in a rush. They were collaborating on a particularly large stone block, carefully shaping it for insertion into a temple wall. Wei's arms were throbbing with pain. His back felt like it was screaming in protest. And Wen continued working effortlessly beside him, steady, measured, and perfectly calm, as if the difficult act of cutting stone was the most natural, stress-free activity imaginable. "How do you possibly bear this?" Wei demanded, his voice ragged and harsh with sheer physical exhaustion. Day after grinding day, year after relentless year, this endless, repetitive work that simply wears us down until we are nothing. How do you manage not to lose your sanity? Wen carefully set down his chisel, turned toward Wei, and regarded him with an expression that bordered on deep compassion. "You are clearly suffering." "Of course I am suffering. We push our bodies against the rock until we are completely broken." That definition embodies the life of a stonecutter. That is merely one possible perspective. What possible alternative perspective exists? Wen slowly considered the weighted question. He bent down and picked up a small fragment of stone that had recently chipped away from the massive block they were shaping. He gently turned the fragment over and over in his deeply weathered, strong fingers. "Tell me," he began, "when you bring your hammer down to strike the stone, where exactly is your mind located?" Wei looked blank. He did not immediately understand the significance of the question. "What are you suggesting?" "My mind is, naturally, focused on the work." "Is it truly? Or is your mind focused on your aching shoulders? Is it dwelling on the countless years you still have left to endure this labor? Is it observing the young men who work faster than you, comparing yourself to them? Is it stuck in the rosy past when the work felt effortless, or focused on the relief of the future when you desperately hope it will finally cease?" Wei fell utterly silent. One had articulated with unnerving precision the exact mental territory where Wei's thoughts habitually resided. "The stone itself has absolutely no concern for any of those things," one continued softly. "The stone exists only here, in this single, indivisible moment, in this particular strike. When you bring the force of your hammer onto the chisel, the stone responds to the quality of your presence. If you are fully embodied here, the strike lands cleanly and effectively. If your mind is stationed somewhere else entirely, worrying, remembering, or wishing, the strike is inherently divided and weak. You are effectively working against yourself. But the physical pain I feel is genuinely real. The relentless exhaustion is undeniably real. Yes, I too feel pain. My body is significantly older than yours and registers its complaints much louder. But there exists a crucial distinction between the raw physical pain that occurs here and the mental suffering that we unnecessarily generate and attach to it. The pain is contained strictly within this present moment. The suffering, however, is fabricated from all the extraneous moments we compulsively pile on top of the immediate experience. The weight of the years already behind us, the anxiety over the years lying ahead, the corrosive comparisons and self-judgments. That mental accumulation is precisely what depletes our energy, not the inherent difficulty of the stone. Wei instinctively wanted to argue fiercely, but a profound truth within one's gentle words resonated deeply within him. He realized he did indeed spend the vast majority of his time located somewhere other than the physical location where he stood, lingering in the past, where he recalled being young and strong, or leaping ahead into the future, where he desperately yearned for rest. He was rarely present here, in this immediate moment with this particular stone. Watch closely, one instructed. He carefully picked up his chisel and positioned the sharp point precisely against the granite block. I am not about to demonstrate a superior technique for cutting stone. Instead, I am going to show you a specific way of being while you work. He raised his heavy hammer high above his head and brought it down with authority. The ensuing strike was visually unremarkable to observe. It was simply an old man hitting a chisel, the same common sight as any other stone cutter. Yet, there was an unmistakable quality infused into the act itself, a quality of total attention, of absolute completeness, as if that solitary strike represented the entire universe, and it required nothing more than itself. Now, your turn, one directed. Wei raised his own hammer, feeling heavy and awkward. He made a conscious effort to clear his mind of everything extraneous, focusing only on the immutable stone before him. He focused on the razor point of the chisel pressed against the rock, the solid feel of his hand gripping the handle. He brought the hammer down hard. The impact felt subtly different. He couldn't articulate precisely how, but it did. It felt a little cleaner, somehow more whole, as if less of his internal self was resisting the action. Again, one prompted. They continued working side by side for the remainder of the afternoon. One offered no technical instructions. He merely worked, a steady anchor beside Wei, only occasionally offering a simple reminder to come back when he sensed Wei's mind had drifted away. Attended this strike. Just this. Over the course of the following weeks, Wei diligently practiced the approach one had demonstrated. It was immensely difficult work, not physically, but mentally. His mind constantly yearned to return to its well-worn pathways of complaint, self-pity, and destructive comparison. But each time he realized his attention had departed, he consciously and firmly brought it back. This strike, just this. Slowly, incrementally, something vital began to change. The physical labor remained undeniably difficult. His body still ached routinely. But the oppressive suffering that had previously made every day feel interminable began to diminish and soften its grip. When he committed to being present, truly, fully present with each precise strike, the strike became just what it was, a strike. It was no longer interpreted as a dismal symbol of his declining years. It was not measured as one strike among millions he might yet have to endure. Just this movement, this sharp sound, this single, beautiful moment of durable stone yielding gently to unforgiving iron. One cold morning, Wei arrived at the worksite, burdened by the palpable feeling of being particularly old. He had suffered a restless night of sleep. His hands were rigid and painfully stiff from the early morning chill. He stared at the imposing block of stone awaiting his attention and felt a wave of familiar, heavy dread wash over him. But he picked up his tools regardless. He set the chisel point. He raised the hammer high. And as he brought it down in a practiced arc, something extraordinary seemed to open up inside him. The strike was utterly complete. It was not just clean and efficient, but profoundly whole in a way he had never experienced previously. In that instant, there was no way existing separately from the act of striking. No stone that felt disconnected from the chisel. There was no past or future weighing on the action, no years of laboring work stretching behind or looming ahead. There was only this singular, perfect moment of contact, of transformation, of creation. It contained everything. It was completely sufficient. The heightened feeling lasted only for a brief instant. Yet, Wei stood motionless with his hammer raised, poised for the subsequent strike, and realized, astonishingly, that he was smiling. This joy was not because his physical circumstances had miraculously changed overnight. His shoulders still registered their familiar aches. The pervasive cold still stung his exposed hands. But an inner truth had irrevocably shifted. He had, finally, tasted the reality that one had been gently guiding him toward all along. The work did not require him to merely endure it until the final retirement bell sounded. Every single moment of work held the potential to be entirely complete in itself. Each impact of the hammer was not a miserable step toward some distant, future goal. It was its own culmination, its own arrival, its own inherent fullness. For his entire life, he had been impatiently rushing through the sequence of strikes in a desperate attempt to arrive somewhere else. And now he realized with piercing clarity that there was no destination, nowhere else to truly get to. That evening, he sought out one who was meticulously putting away his tools for the night. "It happened," Wei said quietly. "This morning." "I lack the words to describe the feeling." One nodded slowly, completely unsurprised by the news. "You stopped leaving." "Leaving?" "For all these years, you have constantly been leaving each moment almost as soon as you physically arrived in it. You were always rushing forward to the next strike, the next day, the next year. This morning, you finally stayed put. You allowed one moment to reach its complete resolution before effortlessly transitioning to the next. Will that quality return? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. The spontaneous moment of spiritual opening is something that absolutely cannot be forced. But you can steadfastly continue the practice of presence. Keep returning faithfully to the exact location where you already are. The opening will inevitably find you when the time is right. And even on the days when that transcendence does not occur, the continuous practice itself fundamentally alters everything. You experience significantly less suffering. You are engaged in less internal self-conflict. The demanding work simply becomes work, stripped of its identity as a frantic battle against the tyranny of time. Wei continued to work diligently as a master stonecutter for 12 additional years. His body predictably continued to age, to slow its pace, and to register its physical complaints. But everything else was fundamentally different now. He no longer woke up dreading the start of the new day. He had stopped counting the years remaining until eventual rest. He had realized he had found the profound rest he sought right in the middle of the work itself. This was achieved not by attempting to escape the inherent difficulty, but by meeting that difficulty fully, completely, one measured strike at a time. When young, eager workers occasionally inquired how he so peacefully endured the hardship. He would sometimes try to explain the concept, but he knew the spoken words never truly captured the experience. The most effective guidance he could offer was simply to work beside them, as one had patiently worked beside him, and silently hoped that they might eventually glimpse the truth for themselves. The doorway into presence was always available. It was just a strike away. The only remaining question was whether they possessed the necessary presence to step through that opening. Both Cho and Wei realized this awakening not by abandoning their daily routines, but by committing to them more completely. Cho found that presence was the essential, missing ingredient in her tea ceremony. Wei discovered that deep presence could transform his seemingly endless work into activities that felt complete and truly whole. Zen philosophy instructs us that every single moment holds the potential to be a doorway. We have no need to search for special circumstances or unusual events. We do not have to wait for the perfect conditions. In fact, the conditions are always perfect because the door is perpetually right here. It is only our distraction, our tendency to constantly drift away from the immediacy of the present moment, that prevents us from seeing it. The Buddha was sitting under a tree when he gazed upon the morning star and achieved awakening. Yet, he did not awaken because of the tree or the star itself. He awakened because he was, finally, truly present. The star served as the doorway only because he was fully there to step through it. Any other moment could have served the same purpose. Any ordinary sight, any common experience, could have been the catalyst. Presence is the quality that makes the ordinary world radiant and luminous. As you prepare to rest tonight, take a moment to consider the most ordinary moments of your own life. Think about the actions you perform without the slightest attention, the routines you move through while your mind is completely absorbed elsewhere. Each one of these overlooked moments is a doorway simply waiting to be noticed. You do not need to fundamentally change what you do. You only need to bring presence to the doing. And in that focused presence, the door may swing open for you when you least anticipate it. Allow your breath to flow naturally. Now, truly feel the simple, constant, and ordinary act of breathing. Even this single breath can be a gateway. Just be here with it and find your rest. Sometimes, we make the conscious choice to examine our lives. Perhaps we read something profound that opens our minds, or we encounter a teacher who guides us in a fresh direction. We decide to look deeper, proceeding slowly at our own chosen pace. But sometimes, life refuses to wait for us to feel ready. Something utterly unexpected occurs, something for which we could not possibly have prepared. A loss we had never imagined. A drastic change that overturns the foundations of everything we believe to be solid. In these sudden, seismic moments, we do not choose to awaken. Clear's throat. We are violently shaken awake, whether we are willing or not. These experiences are undeniably painful when all our carefully laid plans collapse. When the very things we relied upon vanish, we are left feeling lost and deeply afraid. The ground beneath our feet has crumbled, and we feel we have nowhere secure to step. Yet, Zen wisdom instructs us that even these extreme moments of disruption can themselves be doorways. When the objects we desperately cling to fall away, we finally discover what cannot fall away. When our grasping hands are involuntarily forced open, they become capable of receiving something entirely new. The very act of breaking apart creates necessary space for something else to enter. This is certainly not meant to suggest that loss is inherently good or that we should deliberately seek out hardship. Pain is simply pain. Grief is profoundly grief. But embedded within the pain and the grief, there is often an opening, a crack in our usual emotional defenses through which light may stream. If we manage to stay present with the difficult reality of what is happening, rather than closing ourselves off against it, we may discover that the darkest moments of our lives transform into unexpected and powerful teachers. The Buddha's own spiritual journey began with a profound kind of breaking open. He had lived a life surrounded by comfort and certainty, diligently shielded from the harsher, unavoidable truths of human existence. When he finally encountered the realities of old age, sickness, and death, His meticulously comfortable world collapsed entirely. But that catastrophic collapse was far from the end of his story. It was, in fact, the crucial beginning. Now, let us explore a specific story that illustrates how one man managed to find something infinitely precious even while losing absolutely everything else. In a prosperous city situated along the banks of a great river, there lived a silk merchant named Jin, who had spent over 25 years carefully building his thriving business. He had started as a young, driven man possessing nothing more than raw ambition and a steadfast willingness to work hard. He traveled tirelessly to distant villages to secure the finest silk threads. He cultivated deep, lasting relationships with master weavers and expert dyers. Consequently, he earned a formidable reputation for quality that drew customers from regions far beyond the city limits. By the time Jin reached the age of 50, he had acquired everything he had strived for, a vast warehouse overflowing with luxurious silk of every conceivable color, a comfortable, stable home, and the deep respect of his community. He was married to a woman he adored, and they had raised 3 children who were now adults starting their own independent lives. When he strolled through the market square, people would nod to him, acknowledging him with admiration. He had truly built something significant of himself. Jin took enormous pride in the empire he had built. It was not an arrogant pride, music, but rather the quiet, deep satisfaction of a man who had successfully accomplished the goal he had set for himself. His entire life felt orderly and meaningful to him. He knew exactly where he had come from and where his path was leading. The future seemed to stretch out indefinitely before him, predictable, comfortable, and utterly secure. The Great Flood arrived in the autumn, during the traditional season of heavy rains. The river had certainly flooded many times before, but never on this devastating scale. The water rose far higher than anyone in living memory could recall, surpassing even the ancient high-water marks etched into the old city walls that documented floods from generations gone by. It struck in the dead of night, while the whole city lay asleep. Jin awoke to the terrifying sound of panicked shouting. By the time he raced to his massive warehouse, the water was already chest-deep inside the structure. He worked desperately throughout the darkness, attempting to salvage what little he could, but the silk was already ruined. Water and fine silk are utterly unforgiving of each other. Bolts that had been worth small fortunes were now just sodden, worthless rags. He labored through the night alongside his workers, pulling the few remaining items to higher ground. But when the morning light broke, he was forced to confront the terrible truth. His warehouse was structurally destroyed. His entire inventory was lost. 25 years of dedication and building had been utterly swept away in the span of a single night. The subsequent days passed in a disorienting blur. Jin mechanically went through the motions of salvage operations and financial assessment, yet his mind simply refused to comprehend the reality of what had occurred. He constantly expected to wake up and discover that the whole episode had merely been a terrible dream. But every morning, he awoke to the same sight, the mud-filled streets, the same wreckage of his warehouse, and the same profound emptiness where his life's defining work once stood. His wife tried tirelessly to comfort him. His children arrived to assist with the cleanup. Friends offered whatever practical support they could, but Jin felt disturbingly distant and detached from all of it. He politely nodded, thanked everyone, and performed the necessary duties, but internally, he felt utterly hollow. Something fundamental had been shattered inside him, something he had absolutely no idea how to repair. A few weeks after the floodwaters finally receded and the city slowly began the process of reconstruction, Jin found himself wandering aimlessly along the riverbank as dusk settled. He had no conscious reason for being there. The immense river that had taken everything from him now flowed past, deceptively calm, almost tranquil. It seemed utterly oblivious to the massive destruction it had wrought. An elderly ferryman named Sean was carefully securing his boat for the night. Jin recognized him. He had likely crossed with Sean at some point over the years. Sean was one of those reliable figures who had simply always been present, a quiet, constant part of the city's background, simultaneously observed and yet perpetually overlooked. Sean looked up just as, clear's throat, Jin approached him. "You are the silk merchant." "I was the silk merchant," Jin replied, the unexpected profound sadness in his own voice catching him by surprise. Sean nodded slowly, his hands, deeply weathered by the elements, working the mooring ropes with practiced, effortless ease. "The river took much from many people. It took everything from me. Everything I spent my life building. Yes, the river has a habit of doing that sometimes." Sean finished handling his ropes, straightened up, and gazed contemplatively out across the water. "I have ferried people across this river for 40 years now. I have witnessed many floods and countless losses." Jin could not fathom why he was standing here exchanging words with a simple ferryman. He knew he ought to be home, clear's throat, formulating plans for rebuilding, trying to figure out his next move. Yet, he felt completely unable to motivate himself to leave. "How do you bear it?" he finally asked. "Watching people lose absolutely everything. Knowing the river could take your own boat, your livelihood, your life, at any moment?" Sean thoughtfully considered the question. He did not rush to answer, a silence that Jin deeply appreciated. Too many well-meaning people had been quick to offer him glib, easy reassurances that felt utterly hollow. "The river takes many things," Sean eventually replied. "But tell me this, what exactly did it leave?" Jin felt an immediate wave of annoyance. What sort of pointless question was that? The river had left nothing, just mud, ruin, and the hollow shell of what his life once was. But Sean simply waited, and something in his profound, patient silence compelled Jin to actually consider the question rather than instantly dismissing it. What truly had the river left behind? His wife was alive. His children were safe. His own body, though exhausted and heartsick, was still breathing. His mind was still functioning, even through the dense fog of his grief. "It left me, I suppose," Jin said slowly. "My family. We survived." "Yes. And what else?" Jin was confused. What else could there possibly be? His business was destroyed. His wealth was gone. The entire future he had so meticulously planned was annihilated. Sean seemed to perceive his deep confusion. "You are standing right here, watching the river flow," he pointed out. "You are breathing. You are aware of the moving water, the vast sky, the evening slowly descending. This fundamental awareness, the awareness that watches, that knows you are here, did the river manage to take that from you?" "No," Jin admitted quietly. "But what possible good is awareness when everything it was aware of is completely gone?" "That is an excellent question. I wrestled with that exact question myself. Many years ago." Sean sat down heavily on a weathered wooden post near the dock and motioned for Jin to sit beside him. "I was not always a ferryman," he began. "I used to be a skilled builder. I constructed beautiful, expensive houses for the city's wealthiest families. I took great pride in my craft. Then, a massive fire broke out and several of the homes I had built were utterly destroyed. People perished. It was determined that it wasn't my fault, the fire had started elsewhere. But I found that I could not bring myself to build again afterward. My hands trembled constantly. My confidence vanished entirely. I lost everything, perhaps in a different manner than you, but the loss was just as profound." Jin sat down next to him. The residual anger had dissipated, replaced now by a deep, attentive silence, a capacity for listening he hadn't possessed before. "What happened next?" "I spent a very long time steeped in despair," Sean recalled. I drank heavily. I pushed away everyone who cared for me. I became, you see, remarkably good at suffering. Sean offered a faint, rueful smile at the recollection. And then one day, I was sitting right here by this very river, seriously contemplating throwing myself in. I was staring at the flowing water, and I suddenly grasped something peculiar. The part of me that was watching, the awareness that was completely present even amidst my deepest misery, that specific part was not suffering. The suffering itself was certainly occurring, yes, but there was something else, something foundational underneath it all, that was simply present. Simply here, watching the water, feeling the cool air, being undeniably alive. He paused again, gazing out at the reflective surface of the river. I didn't jump in. Instead, I became deeply curious about this persistent awareness that could remain present even after everything else in my life had utterly collapsed. I began training myself to pay attention to it, not to the obsessive thoughts regarding what I had lost, not to the heavy weight of grief and shame, but solely to the simple, raw fact of being here alive, conscious, aware. And that, surprisingly, helped. It didn't magically fix anything. My past was still my past. I still couldn't bring myself to build. I still had lost everything of my former life. But I had uncovered something I had never known existed. I had found a ground beneath the ground, a stable place to stand that was entirely independent of my external circumstances. Jin sat in silence, absorbing the words. The evening grew darker around them. Lights began to twinkle warmly in the windows across the city. I honestly do not know how to find what you are describing, he finally confessed. You are already finding it right now, Sean assured him. You are here. You are present. The awareness that is attentively listening to my words, the awareness that is watching the river, the awareness that recognizes your own pain, that awareness is precisely what I speak of. It has always resided here. You simply never noticed it before because you were too occupied with the silk, the complex business dealings, and the relentless construction of your life. Sean stood and stretched his aged, weary bones. The flood took your silk. It did not take you. The you that is deeper than the silk, deeper than the title of merchant, deeper than the concepts of success or failure, that you is still here, and it can never be swept away by any flood. Jin returned to his home that night carrying within him something he couldn't quite identify. The ache of grief remained. The reality of his loss was still sharp. But alongside it, there was now a different presence, a small aperture, a distinct crack in the solid wall of his suffering, through which a subtly different kind of light was beginning to filter. In the ensuing weeks, he slowly began the process of rebuilding. Not the same business, nor the same life, but something entirely new. He possessed less than he had before, significantly less. Yet, he also possessed a treasure he hadn't known when he was rich, a clear awareness of that which could never be taken from him, a foundational stability that was not reliant upon the contents of his warehouse. He saw Sean frequently thereafter. Sometimes Jin would walk down to the river in the evening, and they would sit together, silently watching the water, the same water that had taken so much, but had unexpectedly given something precious back. Jin never transformed into a philosopher or a spiritual teacher. He remained a practical man, a merchant, a devoted husband, and a father. But a new quality now resided within him that had been absent before, a profound steadiness that did not waver based on external circumstances, a deep peace that had been indelibly forged in the fires of loss. When younger merchants came to him, lamenting their business setbacks and difficulties, Jin would listen patiently and attentively. And sometimes, if they seemed receptive and ready to truly hear it, he would share the ferryman's simple question. What did the river leave? That is the question worth knowing, because whatever remains after everything else has been stripped away, that is what you can absolutely count on. That is the ground that can never be flooded. This entire story powerfully demonstrates how profound loss can transform into a genuine doorway. Jin certainly did not choose to have his life obliterated. He did not intentionally pursue suffering as a method of spiritual practice. But when the massive flood arrived, it ruthlessly stripped away everything he had labored to build. And in that catastrophic stripping, something entirely different became visible: the ground beneath the ground. The true self beneath the self he had carefully constructed. Zen wisdom asserts that we are fundamentally more than our circumstances, more than our tally of successes and failures, and certainly more than the narratives we craft about ourselves. However, we seldom make this discovery while life is proceeding smoothly. We are too perpetually occupied with building, achieving, and meticulously maintaining our external structures. It is often only when every structure falls apart that we finally discover the essence of what we truly are. This realization is not an invitation to seek out disaster, but it is a powerful reason to view the disasters that inevitably find us through a radically different lens. Embedded within every loss is a potential revelation. Within every ending rests the possibility of a new beginning. The crucial question is whether we can maintain enough presence to receive what is being offered, even when that offering is undeniably wrapped in acute pain. The Buddha taught that suffering itself can be a potent teacher, not because suffering is desirable, but because it ruthlessly exposes the places where we are clinging. When the objects of our deepest attachment are taken away, we are presented with a choice. We can cling even harder to what is irrevocably gone, which only serves to dramatically increase our suffering. Or we can choose to let go and discover what essential element remains. What remains is inevitably far greater than we ever imagined. This must be true, because this core essence does not depend on anything outside of itself for existence. Let us now explore another story that illustrates how one woman uncovered this same profound truth through her own devastating kind of loss. In a vibrant city renowned for its accomplished musicians, there lived a woman named Mio who had dedicated her entire existence to a stringed instrument called the zither. She had started playing as a small child, and by the time she reached adulthood, she was widely regarded as one of the most exquisite players in the entire region. Her hands moved across the strings with a swift, subtle grace that often felt nothing short of magical. Listeners would close their eyes when she performed, feeling completely transported to another realm. Music was the absolute center of Mio's world. It was her primary method for comprehending the vastness of the world, her means of expressing emotions that words simply failed to capture, and her way of connecting with something far greater and larger than herself. When she played, Mio ceased to exist as a separate entity. The stage, the audience, and the room vanished. There was only the music, streaming through her being as naturally as water coursing through a channel. She had constructed her whole existence upon this singular talent. She instructed pupils, performed at significant ceremonial events, and received coveted invitations to play for high-ranking officials and nobility. Her established reputation provided comfort and financial security, but more profoundly, it defined her very identity. She was the musician. That role was the essence of who she was. The accident occurred on the most ordinary of days. She was simply walking home after teaching a lesson when a wagon lost a wheel and veered violently into the street. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her face, and the runaway cart slammed into her arms, thoroughly crushing the delicate bones in both hands. The village healer provided the best care possible. The bones were set, the severe wounds bandaged. Yet, when the wrappings were finally removed months later, Mio discovered that her hands refused to obey her commands. The fingers that had once effortlessly danced across the strings now moved with agonizing stiffness and sharp pain. While she could still manage basic tasks, holding a cup or writing a few simple characters, the exquisite, fluid grace that defined her gift had utterly vanished. She tried, of course. For months, she persisted, sitting before her zither, desperately willing her fingers to recapture their former dexterity. Occasionally, she could coax out a few notes before the searing pain became unbearable or the rigidity forced her playing into a complete breakdown. The sound that resulted was fractured, stumbling, a ghost of the vibrant compositions she used to create. The silence that settled after these attempts was nearly more devastating than the physical pain itself. Mio had spent her life immersed in sound, generating music, embodying music. Now, there was only oppressive quiet. Her zither stood neglected in the room's corner, an untouched, accusing monument to her loss. She discontinued her lessons, refusing to see her students. She turned away every invitation. She retreated entirely, staying alone in her house with her overwhelming grief and her useless, ruined hands. Then, her old teacher, a woman named Lim who had mentored her since childhood, came to visit. Lim was now deeply aged, her own performing days decades behind her. However, having instructed countless musicians throughout the years, she was acquainted with many forms of artistic loss. She sat with Mio in the silent room, her gaze resting on the zither in the corner. "You have stopped playing," Lim observed. "I cannot play. My hands do not work anymore." "I know. I heard what happened. I am sorry." Tears welled in Mio's eyes. She hadn't cried in weeks. Her sorrow had deepened beyond tears into something heavy and emotionally numb. "It was everything to me," she choked out, referring to the music. "It was who I was. Without it, I do not know who I am." Lim nodded slowly. "You believe the music resided in your hands. Where else would it be?" Lim didn't reply right away. She surveyed the room, taking in the silent instruments, then looked at Mio's wrapped hands resting still in her lap. "When you played," she finally asked, "where did the music originate? Before it ever reached your fingers, before it traveled through your arms, where did the sound begin?" Mio struggled to grasp the question. "It came from the strings. From the instrument." "No, before that. Before you touched the strings, at the moment you prepared to play, when the music was taking form but had not yet been voiced, where was it?" Mio searched her memory, trying to recall that precise instant before playing, the gathering of some energy inside her, the music shaping itself before her hands moved. "It was in me, I suppose, in my mind or my heart. I do not know how to describe it." "Yes, the music was in you. Your hands were merely the mechanism for its expression. The instrument was simply the means by which it was transformed into audible sound. But the music itself, its true source, was never located in your fingers." "But what good is music that cannot escape? What good is a song that can never be sung?" Lim reached over and gently enclosed Mio's damaged hands within her own wrinkled, aged ones. "That is precisely what you must discover now. I cannot give you the answer, but I will offer you this insight. I have known musicians who lost their ability to play, who lost their hands, their hearing, or their voices. Some were utterly devastated by the loss. But others uncovered something unexpected. They discovered that the music was more profound than they had realized, that it did not require an instrument for its existence." Mio abruptly withdrew her hands, overwhelmed by frustration. "That is simple for you to assert. You lived your entire life as a musician. You played until you made the choice to stop. I, however, have been robbed." "Yes, you have been robbed. I am not suggesting the loss is insignificant or unreal. I am proposing that there might be something greater than the loss itself. But you will certainly not find it by isolating yourself in this room, simply mourning what has vanished." Lim departed soon after. Mio remained seated alone, feeling a deep anger toward her teacher's words, yet simultaneously unable to completely dismiss them. Where did the music come from? She had never paused to consider it. The music had always just been present, moving through her, and she had allowed it to emerge via her hands. Now, the crucial pathway was obstructed. But did that mean the source itself was extinguished? Over the ensuing weeks, a subtle transformation began within Mio. She started to listen in an entirely new way. She would sit in her silent room, paying attention to the ambient sounds, the chirping of birds outside the window, the wind rustling through the trees, the muffled, distant voices of people passing on the street. She had dedicated her life to generating sound. Now, she was learning the practice of receiving it. Gradually, she began to perceive something else, not external noise, but an internal resonance. A unique kind of music that needed no physical instrument. It would surface within her when she observed the light shifting across the wall, when she felt the sun's warmth on her skin, or when she recalled a forgotten melody and allowed it to play purely in her mind. This inner music, she realized, had always been present. It was the essence she had been meticulously translating through her fingers all along. The zither had merely been a practical tool, a method for rendering the invisible audible. But the source was never the tool. The source was deep within her. It had been there, waiting all this time. One evening, she sat in her room as the sun slowly dipped below the horizon. She made no move toward her zither. She simply sat, fully present with the diminishing light, her steady breath, and the profound quiet. And the music returned. It did not come through her hands, nor through the strings, nor via any external instrument. It simply materialized within her, complete and utterly whole, requiring nothing external to validate its reality. She wept then, but the tears were not born of grief. They were tears of profound recognition. The music had never resided in her hands. It had been held in her heart, her awareness, and her connection to the world. Her hands had been a means of expression, but they were not the sole means. The music itself was invulnerable, untouchable, and unbreakable. In the years that followed, Mio never returned to performing. Her hands never recovered enough to allow for that level of physical control. Yet she taught, but in a fundamentally altered manner. She instructed her students to listen intently before they attempted to play, to locate the true music deep within themselves before trying to externalize it through their instruments. Some grasped the profound truth she was conveying, while others did not. But those who did understand became musicians of a different caliber, players who recognized that the music did not reside in their dexterity, but in the entirety of their being. When others inquired about her great loss, Mio would sometimes respond by echoing her teacher's initial question, "Where does the music come from?" That question, which had once seemed brutally insensitive, she now understood to be the most profound gift Lim had ever bestowed. "I believed the music was contained in my hands," she would explain. "When I lost my hands, I thought I had lost everything. But I found that the music was far deeper than I ever knew. It was inside me all along. My hands were simply the channel through which I shared it. But the act of sharing is separate from the thing itself. The essence of the music cannot be injured. It cannot be taken away." Both Jin and Mio suffered the profound loss of the structures they had built their lives upon. Jin lost his business, his wealth, and his fundamental sense of security. Mio lost her ability to perform, her identity as a musician, and her primary means of connecting with the world. These losses were undeniably real and agonizing. We must neither minimize their severity nor pretend they lacked consequence. Yet, concealed within each devastating loss was a crucial discovery. Jin uncovered a stable ground beneath his shifting circumstances, a bedrock of awareness that persisted even when every external marker had vanished. Mio realized that the music she cherished was not contingent upon her physical hands. It existed in a deeper, unassailable place that could never be harmed. Zen philosophy asserts that our authentic nature is not defined by what we accomplish or what we possess. It is something far more fundamental, something indestructible. However, we seldom make this discovery while we are actively engaged in the relentless cycle of doing and accumulating. It is typically only when the activities and possessions are abruptly stripped away that we are forced to confront who we truly are. This constitutes the strange, unsettling gift that loss can bestow. This does not mean we should actively seek pain, nor that we should feel gratitude for suffering, but rather that within the experience of pain, if we manage to remain present with it, there sometimes lies a profound revelation. The discovery of what was always there, yet remained invisible until everything else had vanished. Allow yourself to breathe gently now. Whatever you have lost, whatever has been violently taken from you, know that something essential remains. Something that cannot be drowned, eroded, or broken. Rest in that enduring core now and let it cradle you. We frequently imagine that spiritual awakening will usher in the extraordinary. We anticipate hidden knowledge previously withheld from us or mysterious secrets that will suddenly clarify the entire universe. We expect an experience so monumentally profound and unusual that our previous ordinary lives will feel like hazy, distant memories. However, those who have attained realization report finding something altogether different. What they discover is not complex, but fundamentally simple. Not hidden away, but entirely obvious. It is not extraordinary, but utterly ordinary, finally seen for what it truly is. This realization can initially feel disappointing. We desire our dedicated search to culminate in some spectacular destination. We want the years of effort, the deep longing, and the internal struggle to be justly rewarded with something commensurate with all that work. When awakening merely illuminates this present moment, this simple breath, this effortless presence, we might feel cheated. Is that truly all there is? But this profound simplicity is not a mere consolation prize. It is the authentic treasure itself. The reason awakening feels so life-altering is not that it reveals a new sight, but because it finally allows us to clearly perceive what has always been here, what we have spent our entire lives overlooking. The ordinary world, seen without distortion, is more than sufficient. It always was. We simply lack the clarity to see it until now. Zen masters have consistently guided students toward this very simplicity. When students arrived expecting complex, elaborate teachings, the masters would often reply with something perfectly plain: "Have you eaten your rice? Then wash your bowl." This was not an act of evasion or trickery. It was direct instruction. The extraordinary is concealed within the ordinary precisely because the ordinary is already extraordinary. We are not required to search for something special or novel. We simply need to see what is already present. The Buddha's awakening did not elevate him above humanity. Instead, it revealed to him what being human truly entails, what every single moment truly contains, and what every breath genuinely offers. The revelation was not of something existing beyond this life, but of this life itself, perceived clearly, stripped bare of the limiting filters of craving and aversion. Let us now explore a story illustrating how one woman traveled a great distance only to discover that what she sought had been close at hand all along. In a small village nestled amid the surrounding forest, there lived a woman named Aki, a maker of lanterns. She had inherited the craft from her father, who had learned it from his own father before him. For 3 generations, her family had crafted the necessary lanterns that illuminated the village streets and homes. It was a humble, straightforward profession: paper, bamboo, and simple candles. Nothing ornate or delicate. These lanterns were functional objects, designed purely to push back the dark so people could navigate their paths. Aki fashioned them expertly, just as her father had, and people purchased them without much reflection. A lantern was a lantern, It served its purpose, and that was sufficient. Yet, Aki had always sensed that life surely contained something more profound than the repetitive task of crafting lanterns. She would watch travelers passing through the village, people who had witnessed distant cities and foreign territories. She would absorb their accounts of grand temples and wise teachers, hearing about wisdom capable of fundamentally transforming a person's understanding of existence itself. Confined to her workshop, surrounded by paper and bamboo, producing the same simple objects day after day, she felt small, trapped, and utterly limited. When she reached the age of 35, the village experienced a devastating year. The seasonal rains failed, resulting in a disastrously poor harvest. People had almost no disposable income for anything beyond bare necessities. Aki's lantern sales plummeted to nearly zero. She suddenly found herself with empty, idle days, sitting alone in her workshop with nothing required of her. In this unexpected void, the quiet longing she had always carried intensified dramatically. There had to be more than this, she thought. More than making lanterns in a tiny village, struggling through lean years, and growing old without ever experiencing something truly meaningful. She resolved to utilize this fallow time to actively seek the essential element she had always felt was absent. She had heard persistent rumors of a wise teacher named Yun, who resided high in the mountains many days' journey away. People claimed this teacher possessed profound wisdom and that students who visited her returned fundamentally changed. Since Aki had no students to instruct and no lanterns to construct, she packed a meager bag and started her journey. The arduous trek consumed 9 full days. Aki walked through deep forests and over rolling hills, sleeping in open fields and gratefully accepting the hospitality of strangers. With every passing day, her anticipation soared. She mentally rehearsed what the teacher might disclose, secret knowledge handed down through countless generations, esoteric practices that would unlock hidden compartments of her mind, or perfect explanations that would clarify everything she felt was missing from her life. When she finally arrived at Yun's dwelling, she was physically exhausted but vibrating with excitement. The teacher lived in an extremely simple hut situated high on a mountainside, ringed by tall pine trees. Aki approached and found an elderly woman sitting outside, diligently repairing a torn piece of cloth. "I have come a great distance to learn from you," Aki said, bowing deeply and respectfully. "I have traveled 9 days just to hear your wisdom." Yun looked up from her sewing. Her face was deeply weathered by time and sun, but her eyes shone with vivid brightness. She studied Aki for a prolonged moment. "What is it that you wish to know?" Aki had anticipated this question and delivered her prepared answer. "I want to comprehend the true nature of life. I feel that an essential element is missing, something I cannot locate within my ordinary existence. I make lanterns in a small village. It feels utterly meaningless. I need to know what possesses true meaning." Yun nodded slowly, then immediately returned to her meticulous mending. Aki waited, expecting the profound teaching to commence, but Yun simply continued stitching, her aged fingers moving steadily through the fabric. After a protracted silence, Yun finally spoke. "What illuminates the lantern before you ignite the flame?" Aki blinked, thrown off balance. She had expected something far more elaborate. I do not understand." "You are a lantern maker. You illuminate them using fire. But before the flame touches the wick, what already exists there?" "Nothing exists there. The lantern remains dark until I strike the flame." "Does it?" "Look with greater care. What makes it fundamentally possible for the lantern to hold light in the first place?" Aki struggled to comprehend the underlying meaning of Yun's inquiry. The lantern was merely paper and bamboo, a rigid frame designed to contain a candle. Before the candle was lit, there existed only potential, the capacity for illumination, but not the light itself. The structure, I suppose. The empty space inside that is capable of holding the flame. Yun offered a faint smile, yet offered no further words. She resumed her sewing as if the conversation had reached its natural conclusion. Aki waited patiently for additional instruction. None was forthcoming. After a significant pause, she finally asked, "Is that all? Is this the teaching? What more do you believe you require?" A surge of frustration welled up in Aki. She had walked for 9 difficult days for this, a simple riddle about lanterns. She was already an expert in lanterns. She had spent her entire life making them. She had come seeking entirely new knowledge, something transcendent that existed beyond the borders of her ordinary existence. "I came seeking genuine wisdom," she stated, making an effort to maintain a respectful tone. "I still fail to grasp how pondering a simple question about lanterns could possibly guide me toward filling the deep emptiness I feel in my life." Yun quietly placed her mending aside and met Aki's gaze directly. "You have journeyed for 9 long days, essentially traveling to escape the reality of your current existence," Yun observed calmly. "You believe that true meaning resides elsewhere, in esoteric teachings and hidden secrets far removed from your familiar village. Yet, the essence of your trade, your lanterns, accompanies you everywhere you go. The critical question is not about the voids or deficiencies in your life," Yun clarified. "Rather, the true inquiry is focused on what you have deliberately or inadvertently overlooked in the reality that surrounds you, in what already exists." She picked up her needlework once more, her attention seemingly divided. "Return home. Go back to your workshop and make your lanterns. But this time, I want you to observe the process of creation. Really study what you are making. Look past the material components, the simple paper and bamboo structure. Focus instead on the defining essence of the lantern, on what fundamentally makes a lantern. Contemplate its function, its profound purpose, what it accomplishes, and what it has always been meant to do." Aki felt a surge of frustration, wanting desperately to argue, to demand more specific, tangible guidance from the teacher. However, Yun's unshakable, calm certainty immediately quelled her protest. Aki remained that evening in the teacher's simple hut, clinging to the hope that further, more direct instruction would be forthcoming. But Yun offered no secrets or insights, speaking only of mundane, ordinary matters, the shifting weather, the scent of the nearby pine trees, the simple tasks of mending that occupied her hands. The next morning, devoid of answers, Aki reluctantly began the long, arduous journey back home. For the initial few days of her descent, Aki was consumed by bitter anger. She felt profoundly cheated, believing she had squandered both her valuable time and her meager savings on this fruitless pilgrimage. She had arrived expecting profound, hidden secrets and departed having received nothing more than an opaque riddle. In her mind, the teacher hadn't even attempted to fulfill her request. She spent hours mentally constructing eloquent arguments, formulating the perfect responses she should have given, devising strategies to pressure Yun for better answers. Yet, as the days wore on and the recognizable contours of her homeland began to appear, a subtle transformation occurred within her. Her intense anger gradually dissipated, softening into a different state, not yet understanding, perhaps, but a genuine sense of receptive openness. She began noticing minute details she had completely missed during her outward journey, the delicate pattern of light filtering through the tree canopy, the rich, earthy scent of rain hitting dry soil, the fundamental, simple pleasure of walking, feeling the motion of her body moving effortlessly through the world. She realized now that her overwhelming focus on reaching the teacher had caused her to entirely miss the essential experience of the journey itself. Now, with no urgent destination compelling her speed, she was finally able to simply exist, present on the path, fully aware of taking just this one single step. The profound question persistently occupied her thoughts. What lights the lantern before you strike the flame? She constantly pondered it as she walked, finding it impossible to simply dismiss. Her mind drifted to the thousands of lanterns she had crafted throughout her lifetime, creations she had made mechanically, without deep reflection. These were simple, utilitarian objects, practical tools of illumination. But what, precisely, was their fundamental function? They contained light. They served the crucial role of enabling people to perceive their surroundings despite the darkness. Without the protective housing of the lantern, the delicate flame would instantly be extinguished by the wind or would carelessly ignite whatever surface it rested upon. The lantern contained and sheltered the light source, making it portable, positionable, and functional. Yet, Yoon had not asked about its function after lighting. She had asked what was inherent before the flame was ever introduced. The answer began to surface: the intrinsic capacity to hold and safeguard light. The essential internal space, the very void that rendered the potential for illumination possible. Aki finally reached her home village and immediately sought refuge in her familiar workshop. She took hold of a finished lantern, one she had crafted just before embarking on her journey, still awaiting a buyer. She examined it with startling intensity, as though encountering the object for the very first time. It was merely paper and bamboo, a straightforward structural frame, and inside, a hollow space, a quiet darkness poised to receive and contain light. She struck a match and carefully lit the small candle positioned within. The lantern immediately began to glow, actively repelling the shadows that clung to the corners of her workshop. In that instant, Aki grasped a truth she had completely overlooked throughout her lifelong career as a lantern maker. The light itself was not generated by the lantern. The light emanated entirely from the flame source. The function of the lantern was not to produce illumination, but rather to receive it, to contain it safely, and to allow its radiance to pass through its structure. And in that singular, sudden moment, she completely understood the direction Yoon had been gently guiding her toward. She had been desperately searching for purpose, seeking wisdom, looking for an external source to fill the profound sense of emptiness she carried. She had wrongly assumed these answers lay elsewhere, in remote spiritual doctrines, or in some form of exclusive, secret knowledge. Instead, she recognized that she had been acting like a lantern searching for a light source, completely unaware that her fundamental purpose was not to create the illumination, but simply to be ready to receive it. What lights the lantern before you strike the flame? The profound answer lay in the intrinsic capacity for reception. It was the potential to hold light, the openness, the receptive space within that was capable of containing whatever illumination was offered. Aki's entire focus had been consumed by her perceived inadequacies, by the painful awareness of what she believed was absent, causing her to entirely miss recognizing the fundamental nature of what she already embodied. She was not tasked with generating meaning out of sheer nothingness. Her true role was to accept the meaning that was perpetually present, allowing it to radiate through her being, manifesting in her craft, and illuminating the essence of her ordinary, everyday life. She gazed slowly around her workshop at the stacks of paper, the bundles of bamboo, the humble tools essential to her trade. For so long, she had mistakenly viewed these items as hindrances to true meaning, seeing them as limitations that kept her confined to a small, insignificant existence. But they were not obstacles at all. They constituted her essential material. They were the very means through which she could successfully transmit light into the world. Over the weeks that followed this realization, Aki returned to the steady rhythm of crafting her lanterns. But the process was fundamentally transformed. She no longer experienced the soul-crushing sensation that her labor was meaningless. She understood, Now, that true meaning was not an artifact to be sought out, found elsewhere, and laboriously brought back. It was an omnipresent force, inherently available, merely waiting for her receptive inner space to accept it. Physically, her lanterns showed no obvious alteration. They remained constructed of familiar paper, bamboo, and candles. However, customers who purchased them occasionally commented that the objects possessed an intangible difference, a quality they couldn't quite articulate. Aki offered no explanations. She simply continued her work, allowing her lanterns to fulfill their inherent purpose, to embrace the light, to protect it, and to permit its radiance to spill forth. When others inquired about her famous journey to the revered mountain teacher, she always responded by recounting Yun's enigmatic question. Most people listened and failed to grasp the significance, just as Aki had initially failed. But a few, a sensitive handful, recognized the deeper truth within the query. Those few who truly listened felt a sudden, profound sense of opening within their own awareness. What lights the lantern before you strike the flame? It was not a mere intellectual riddle requiring a clever, hidden solution. It functioned as a genuine doorway, leading toward an entirely new perspective, a different way of perceiving reality. I traveled 9 days to acquire a piece of knowledge I could have easily accessed right here in my own small workshop, she would reflect. But it required that great physical distance, that journey away, before I was finally able to recognize the profound truth that was always intimately close by. In many cases, we must first completely exhaust the impulse to actively seek before we become sufficiently quiet and receptive enough to accept what life has been continuously offering us. This powerful narrative beautifully illustrates how the moment of spiritual awakening frequently unveils a truth that is remarkably, almost startlingly, simple. Aki had held expectations of receiving complex, esoteric teachings, yet she was granted only a single, foundational question. She had anticipated locating the essence of meaning in a remote location, only to discover that it had been subtly and persistently present within the confines of her own workshop the entire time. Zen philosophy suggests that the object of our quest is not being deliberately concealed from us. Rather, it is hidden by us, obscured by our preconceived notions of what wisdom ought to resemble, and by our deep-seated conviction that the ultimate answer must inevitably reside somewhere outside of our immediate reality. When these limiting assumptions finally dissolve, we are left with the profound realization that the seemingly ordinary world we inhabit is, in fact, entirely sufficient, more than enough to satisfy our deepest spiritual longings. The simple, repetitive acts of daily life, crafting lanterns, preparing rice, or merely walking down a familiar road, already contain the entirety of the profound meaning we tirelessly search for. The Buddha famously characterized awakening as the ability to perceive things exactly as they exist, in their raw, authentic state. This concept sounds straightforward, and indeed it is. However, this profound simplicity does not denote emptiness or lack. Instead, it reveals an overflowing sense of fullness. When we observe a simple flower, stripped of our conceptual frameworks, expectations, and judgments, we find that it is not a diminished version of what we imagined, but something vastly, infinitely richer. Indeed, the entirety of the universe is encapsulated and present within the fragile existence of a single blossom. This ultimate truth is what Aki finally discovered. Her simple lanterns had been engaged in something deeply profound all along, embracing the light, allowing it to radiate, and actively repelling the encroaching darkness. Yet, she had been so preoccupied with the search for abstract meaning in distant places that she failed to perceive the inherent meaning unfolding directly before her eyes. To deepen our understanding of this central teaching, let us now examine a complementary story. In a thriving town renowned for the quality of its woven fabrics, There lived a skilled dyer named Min, whose daily life revolved entirely around the manipulation of colors. Her workshop was perpetually saturated with brilliant, dazzling hues, reds the intensity of a fading sunset, blues mirroring the depths of the ocean, and yellows reminiscent of crisp autumn leaves. Clients would bring her plain, unadorned cloth, and Min, with her expertise, would transform it into something strikingly vivid and vital. Min possessed genuine skill in her profession, but she suffered from chronic dissatisfaction. Every single color she managed to produce seemed to inevitably fall short of the absolute perfection she envisioned in her imagination. The red dye never fully captured the flawless crimson of the poppy flower she cherished in her childhood memory. The blue always lacked the pristine intensity of the sky on its clearest, most perfect day. There existed a persistent, frustrating chasm between her idealized internal vision and the tangible results her hands were capable of creating. This disparity caused her immense internal distress. She might briefly feel a fleeting sense of accomplishment upon finishing a dye batch, but immediately, the self-critical comparison would begin. Not quite right. It doesn't match what I pictured. Her momentary pleasure would rapidly vanish, replaced by mounting frustration and a renewed, desperate resolve to start over. While her family and clientele universally admired the beauty of her finished textiles, they were blind to the imperfections that haunted Min. Their generous praise offered her no comfort. They couldn't possibly comprehend the elusive goal she was tirelessly pursuing, the perfect, absolute color that existed solely within her internal world, stubbornly refusing to manifest in her actual dyes. Min was certain that if she could just manage to eliminate this gap, if she could compel the physical colors to perfectly correspond with her inner vision, she would finally achieve lasting serenity and peace. Her quest was relentless. She experimented ceaselessly with novel materials and sophisticated techniques. She undertook long journeys to procure the rarest, most prized pigments and diligently studied under celebrated master dyers. Despite all this effort, the agonizing gap persisted. One day, a traveling monk arrived in the town. His name was Wen, and he possessed a striking, unusual characteristic. The monk was blind. His eyes were opaque and clouded, and he navigated the unfamiliar streets with the aid of a walking stick, gently feeling the ground before him. Eventually, someone directed him toward Min's workshop, suggesting it would be a quiet and suitable place for him to rest. Min kindly received him and immediately offered a cup of tea. She observed as he settled comfortably into a chair, his sightless, clouded eyes instinctively turned toward the light streaming in from the window, seeming to absorb its warmth directly upon his skin. "I am told that you dedicate your efforts to working with colors," Wen remarked. "Yes, I am a dyer," Min confirmed. "How truly wonderful," Wen replied. "Colors are profoundly mysterious things." Min registered her surprise. "You speak of them as if you possess deep knowledge." "But forgive me," I thought. I know that you cannot see." Wen offered a gentle smile. "I have not been blind my entire life," he clarified. "I retain clear memories of colors from my youth. And even now I perceive and experience them through alternative senses, the distinct warmth emanating from red, the soothing coolness associated with blue. Colors are much more than mere visual phenomena perceived only by the eyes." Min was instantly intrigued. She realized she had rigidly categorized colors strictly as visual concepts, never considering any other mode of experience. "What exactly do you mean by that?" she pressed. "I mean simply that relying on sight is not the sole gateway to knowledge or understanding," Wen stated. "Your eyes certainly transmit the information of color to you. But do they present the complete, multifaceted nature of color, or do they only provide one specific avenue for experiencing it?" Min paused, reflecting deeply on his words. She had always placed implicit, total faith in her vision. Her eyes were her most essential tools, the infallible guides to the colors she mastered. Now, she entertained the possibility that perhaps her reliance on sight was preventing her from perceiving a deeper aspect of color. Sensing her growing curiosity, when asked gently, "May I have your permission to touch some of your dyed cloth?" Min quickly fetched several samples, ensuring each piece represented a distinct, different color. She watched in amazement as he slowly and deliberately ran his fingers across the fabric. His sightless eyes were closed, his entire focus trained on the tactile information his hands were relaying. "This piece is red," he pronounced, holding up a swatch of crimson silk. "I can sense it. It possesses a distinct quality, a specific kind of energy. It feels inherently warm." He lifted a second piece. "And this is blue, cooler, distinctly calmer. It conveys a different sense of weight or presence, even though the material composition of the cloth itself is identical." Min was utterly astonished. Having dyed both pieces herself, she knew his identification was absolutely accurate. "How is it possible for you to know?" she asked breathlessly. "I cannot explain the mechanism," Wen responded. "I simply know that colors transcend mere visual perception. They possess a tangible presence. They evoke specific feelings. When one method of apprehending them is removed or diminished, other, more subtle pathways of knowing them become significantly clearer." He carefully placed the dyed cloth back down and turned his attention, directing his face toward Min. "You are troubled by something deep within you," he stated simply. "I can discern it in the sound of your voice." Min, finding herself surprisingly open, poured out the story of her frustration, the persistent, agonizing gap between her creative vision and her physical creations, the relentless struggle to eliminate that difference, and the pervasive feeling that the sought-after perfect color always remained just beyond her grasp. Wen listened patiently until she had finished articulating her distress. Then he inquired, "When you envision this perfect, ideal red, where precisely do you locate it?" "In my mind," she replied. "It is the memory of the vivid poppies I saw when I was a child. That specific shade of red, I have never succeeded in replicating it." "And when you examine the red you have actually created, where do you see that?" "It is right in front of me in the woven cloth." "So, you are continuously comparing the ideal image stored in your mind against the physical object before you, and they consistently fail to correspond?" "Yes," she confirmed, "that is precisely the source of my affliction." Wen nodded slowly, acknowledging her pain. "But tell me, where does the act of seeing, the awareness itself, truly take place?" "I speak not of the red stored in your memory, nor the red inherent in the cloth. I mean the sheer seeing itself. Where is that located?" Min was baffled by the shift in focus. "The seeing occurs in my eyes, I suppose," she ventured hesitantly. "Or perhaps in my conscious mind." "Now, focus your gaze on that red cloth hanging on the wall right now," one instructed. "Look at it intensely and tell me, where exactly is the experience of seeing actually taking place?" Min fixed her eyes upon a piece of rich red silk. She consciously attempted to isolate the location of the act of perception. The color red resided in the cloth, but the internal experience of redness, the intimate knowing of it, where was that situated? She found she could not precisely pinpoint it. It wasn't localized in her physical eyes, nor was it stored in her cognitive mind like the memory of the poppies. It was something far more immediate, intensely present. "I cannot locate it," she admitted softly. "It is just happening right here." "Exactly," one affirmed. "The seeing itself is not found in the external object, nor is it contained within the internal memory. It is a fundamental process, something far more basic, far more simple. Before the impulse to compare and critique takes hold, before you make the determination of whether the color meets your standard, there exists only the simple act of seeing. That is pure, unadulterated experience. And that fundamental awareness is precisely what you have been overlooking in your striving. Min turned her gaze back to the red silk. This time, she forced herself to see it without comparison, without grading it against her remembered poppies or her abstract definition of perfect red. Just this red. Just this seeing. The color instantly seemed to deepen and come vibrantly alive. It was no longer perceived as defective or inadequate compared to some ideal. It existed simply as itself, vivid, undeniable, and entirely present. And she realized the perception of the color was not separate from the color itself. There was only this singular experience, this moment, whole and complete. The gap you have been so desperately striving to bridge does not, in fact, exist, when stated with gentle reassurance. You manufactured that gap entirely through the relentless process of comparison. By constantly reaching for an idealized something else rather than accepting what is already present, you undermine your work. The colors you produce are not inferior to your visions, they are simply distinct. And the profound gift lies not in the object that is seen, but in the pure act of seeing itself. The seeing. Min sat with this revolutionary thought for a significant amount of time. Her gaze drifted across her workshop, sweeping over the many colors she had created and subsequently deemed flawed, the complex reds, the rich blues, the golden yellows. For the first time in her life, she observed them without comparing them against any internal metric. She simply saw them. And in that simple, direct observation, they achieved perfection. Not because they adhered to an external ideal, but precisely because they existed as their authentic selves, and she was fully present, fully aware, to witness them. She finally grasped the crucial element she had missed. Her focus had been so intensely directed toward the objects of her vision on manipulating them to align with her ideals, that she had completely neglected the fundamental awareness that registered the sight. This simple, inherent awareness was the mechanism that made the perception of all color possible. This underlying awareness was not flawed, nor was it engaged in the frantic effort of striving. It simply existed open, clear, and perfectly receptive to whatever the world presented. After Wen departed the town, Min resumed her normal work schedule. She continued to experiment with colors, and she still aimed to produce textiles of exquisite beauty, but the desperate, feverish striving that had plagued her was completely absent. She ceased measuring every new creation against an impossible, idealized standard. She simply made her colors, and she saw them as they were, and the fundamental act of seeing was, finally, entirely sufficient. The people around her noticed a distinct shift in Min's demeanor. She appeared noticeably calmer, more profoundly at peace. Her workshop, which had previously radiated tension and frustration, now held a tranquil atmosphere. And curiously, her finished colors seemed to possess a greater vibrancy than before, despite the fact that she was no longer exerting herself with the same intense effort. Perhaps this transformation occurred because she had stopped resisting the reality of her own creations. Or perhaps, most simply, because she had finally learned how to truly, authentically see. Both Aki and Min, through their respective encounters, discovered a single, simple truth that irrevocably transformed their relationship with their life's work and their existence as a whole. Aki realized that her true purpose was not to struggle to create meaning, but rather to be open to receiving it. As though it were a lantern finally receiving light. They discovered that the perceived chasm she was desperately trying to bridge existed solely within the framework of her conceptual comparisons, and that the simple act of seeing, unadorned and direct, was inherently complete. Zen philosophy instructs us that true awakening is not about accretion. It does not add anything to our being. Rather, it operates through subtraction. It systematically removes the burdensome overlay of intellectual concepts and habitual comparisons that routinely prevent us from perceiving the inherent completeness of what is already present. When these layers of mental distortion dissolve, we discover that the simplest, most ordinary experience is profoundly sufficient. It is far more than enough. The mere act of registering a color, of striking a match to light a lamp, or of taking this very breath is utterly complete in its own right. The Buddha emphasized this fundamental simplicity consistently throughout his entire teaching. He refrained from presenting elaborate systems of metaphysics or demanding complicated, arduous practices. Instead, he offered the direct pathway, a pristine, clear seeing of reality exactly as it is. When we are able to perceive clearly, liberated from the familiar distortions of craving and aversion, we realize with startling clarity that we already possess precisely what we were seeking. We always have. We were simply unable to recognize it until we ceased our incessant quest for an external something else. This constitutes, perhaps, the most unexpected revelation of sudden awakening. Following years of searching, after all the striving and the yearning for something transcendent or more, the treasure we unearth is simply this very moment, this immediate experience, this thoroughly ordinary life. But viewed with clarity, it encompasses everything. It is utterly sufficient. It is the realization we were unconsciously chasing all the while. Allow your gaze to soften now and feel your breath settle into its natural rhythm. This profound simplicity is already present. It resides here. It requires no elaborate quest for discovery. It simply needs to be noticed. Rest fully within that awareness, allowing the noticing itself to sustain and hold you. Zen Buddhism offers a crucial insight regarding sudden awakening. It does not serve as an exit from our lives. We are not spirited away to some ethereal, higher realm where the pressures of mundane concerns vanish entirely. We return directly to the same world we briefly stepped away from, possessing the same body, the same daily responsibilities, and the same individuals surrounding us. We still need to procure food, sleep, and perform our work. We must still navigate inevitable difficulties and disappointments. And yet, fundamentally, something crucial has changed. Not the external circumstances themselves, but the way in which we engage with and meet them. The firewood remains the same firewood, the water is still the same water, but the person carrying these burdens is utterly transformed. A profound, internal shift has occurred within us. And that internal shift alters the totality of our experience, paradoxically without altering a single external fact. This reality can be quite confusing for those who hold the expectation that awakening should instantly solve all their worldly problems. They often imagine that achieving clarity means the end of all struggle, that life will somehow become perpetually easy, and that all difficulties will simply melt into oblivion. However, this is not the reality described by the masters. Instead, they consistently describe cultivating an entirely different relationship with difficulty, one based on acceptance, not on seeking an outright escape from it. The Buddha himself did not cease to possess a body that aged, experienced illness, and eventually died. He continued to encounter people who willfully misunderstood him or actively opposed his teachings. He traversed the same dusty roads and consumed the same simple sustenance as everyone else. Yet, he walked and he ate in a profoundly different manner. He approached every moment with an unbroken presence and a crystal clarity that subtly transformed the utterly ordinary into something luminous, radiant. This is the true nature of the journey, what returning to the world truly looks like following genuine awakening. We do not suddenly evolve into special, elevated beings somehow exempt from the shared human condition. Rather, we become more thoroughly, more authentically human. We enter into the fullness of our own lives with a commitment greater than ever before. We consciously bring the profound vision we have gained back to the acts of chopping wood and carrying water, and in doing so, we discover that these most simple, essential acts inherently contain the fulfillment of everything we had been seeking. Let us now examine a story that beautifully illustrates how one man integrated his awakening directly back into the core of his labor. In a remote region characterized by deep, treacherous gorges and violently rushing rivers, lived a skilled man named Rio, a builder of bridges. His was inherently perilous work. The chasms were vast and the vertical drops spanned immense distances. Constructing every bridge necessitated that men work suspended precariously over sheer emptiness, relying implicitly on the integrity of their ropes and the precision of their skills to preserve their lives. Rio had dedicated 2 decades of his life to this trade. He was masterful at it. He possessed an intuitive understanding of how wood, stone, and rope interacted. He knew how to anticipate the wind and the shifting weather, and critically, he knew how to ensure his crew's safety while maintaining necessary productivity. Dozens of vital bridges stood as monuments to his expertise, linking remote villages previously isolated by impossible geographical barriers. Nevertheless, the relentless nature of the work had slowly exacted a terrible emotional toll over the years. He had witnessed fatal accidents, men falling to their deaths. He had, in moments of crisis, made difficult decisions that cost lives when complications arose. He carried the indelible memory of every man lost. Their faces haunted him in the stillness of the night, robbing him of sleep. He mentally replayed those critical choices thousands of times, agonizing over whether he could have acted differently and questioning whether a more capable man might have foreseen the danger sooner. This crushing weight of responsibility was a constant burden. Each new bridge he erected was simultaneously burdened by the fresh memory of what could happen and the traumatic memory of what had happened. He performed his work diligently, even expertly, but it was executed with a weary, grim endurance. The inherent joy had long evaporated, replaced only by a dogged determination to navigate each new project without suffering further tragic loss. His wife clearly observed the profound shift in his character. When they were first married, he had been vibrant, brimming with energy and deep purpose. Now he returned home physically exhausted and emotionally distant. His sleep was fitful and poor. He seldom offered a laugh. She worried deeply that the intensity of the work was destroying his spirit, yet she also understood implicitly that he would never truly stop. Building bridges defined him. It was the essence of who Rio was. He did not possess the knowledge of how to be any other person. One crisp autumn, Rio was directing his crew on the construction of an exceptionally difficult crossing. The gorge there was significantly broader than most, and the river raging below was fast and bitingly cold. They had labored for months, slowly pushing the structure out from both banks, eagerly anticipating the precise moment they could join the two halves and finally complete the span. Rio was positioned far out on the leading edge of the unfinished structure, meticulously verifying the placement of a crucial support beam. Beneath him, there was nothing but sheer air and the faint, rushing sound of the distant water. He had been in this dizzying position countless times. His body possessed an innate, trained knowledge of the work, knowing exactly how to move and how to maintain safety. But on this particular day, something felt subtly, inexplicably different. Perhaps it was the unique angle of the morning light catching the distant rock face. Perhaps it was the peculiar quality of the intense silence, broken only by the distant river. Or perhaps, simply, the moment of readiness had arrived for him. He paused his meticulous task and cast his eyes around the vast landscape. The monumental mountains flanked the abyss. The sky above was an endless, deep blue expanse. The heavy timber beam he gripped felt solid and utterly real in his hands, and then, for one instantaneous moment, the entire framework of his perception shifted. He would have been utterly incapable of describing the experience afterward. It was as though the defining boundary separating himself from everything else had suddenly worn thin, then vanished entirely. There was no longer a discrete Rio separate from the structure, no bridge distinct from the surrounding gorge, no gorge divorced from the imposing mountains and sky. There was only this overwhelming presence, this exact moment, completely whole, utterly unified, and requiring absolutely nothing more. The intense feeling receded. He was once again simply a man balanced precariously on a bridge, with necessary work remaining and a crew awaiting his instructions. Yet, something fundamental had irrevocably changed. The grim, existential weight he had shouldered for years felt perceptibly lighter. It hadn't disappeared entirely, but its quality was different. The fear remained, certainly, but it no longer occupied the absolute center of his existence. It was now merely one small element within a vastly larger framework. He completed his task and descended safely back to the solid bank. That evening, he sat silently by the communal fire with his men, inwardly ruminating on the profound event. He made no attempt to articulate it to anyone, doubtful that human language possessed the capacity to capture it. In the ensuing days, he observed concrete changes in his approach to work. The ingrained fear concerning potential failure or accidents persisted, but it had lost its power to dominate or paralyze him. He could now acknowledge the fear, gently set it aside, and dedicate his full, undivided attention solely to the immediate task at hand. This beam, this particular rope, this precise moment of labor, not the haunting memories of past failures, nor the paralyzing anticipation of future disasters, just this. His crew inevitably noticed a difference in their leader. He was distinctly calmer, more reliably present. When the inevitable construction problems arose, he managed them efficiently and decisively, entirely without the tight, suffocating anxiety that had defined him for years. He maintained the same meticulous decision-making and instituted the same strict safety precautions, but there was a deep, unshakable steadiness in his bearing that had been utterly absent before. When the massive bridge was finally connected and completed, Rio walked to the center of the span and surveyed the panorama. The vast mountains, the immense sky, and the river rushing far beneath his feet. It was undeniably beautiful, and he permitted himself to experience that beauty without the familiar, suffocating overlay of apprehension and worry. His foreman, Tao, a veteran who had worked alongside Rio for 15 years, came to stand next to him. "Something happened to you," Tao stated plainly. "On the bridge a few weeks ago. I saw the look on your face when you came down." Rio considered how best to formulate a response. Tao was an intensely practical man, not inclined toward abstract philosophical discussion. Yet, he was also a loyal friend who had witnessed Rio's intense inner struggle for many years. "I saw something," Rio eventually said. "Or perhaps I stopped seeing something. I honestly am not certain how to explain it. You seem lighter, less afraid." "I am still afraid. Building bridges will always be dangerous work. But the fear is no longer the totality of my reality. It is simply one component of what is present. Before, the fear was like a solid wall enclosing everything. Now it feels more like the weather. It passes through, it comes and goes." Tao nodded slowly, taking this in. "So, what is it you do differently now?" Rio paused, reflecting. "Nothing externally, really. The work itself remains identical. The dangers are unchanged. I still make the most careful decisions and I still enforce all precautions. But internally, I am simply more present for it. I spend less time trapped inside my own mind, worrying about what catastrophic event might occur, and more time fully engaged with what is actually unfolding. And that helps. It helps me immensely. I cannot say if it makes the bridges physically any safer, but it definitely renders the act of building more bearable. More than bearable, actually. Sometimes it is even. He paused, searching carefully for the right word. Good. It feels genuinely good to be here, engaged in this work. I had entirely forgotten that was possible. When Rio returned home following the completion of the span, his wife immediately perceived the transformation. The oppressive weight he had been carrying for so long was still present in their lives, but it was no longer actively crushing him. He slept soundly. He sometimes laughed at the dinner table, recapturing the spirit he possessed in their early years. He was present with her, truly attentive, in a way he hadn't been for years. What happened? She asked him softly one evening. Rio recounted the experience on the bridge, how everything had profoundly shifted for an instant and then settled back, and how his work now felt fundamentally different, despite the fact that nothing external had changed at all. I used to feel like I was locked in combat against the work itself, he explained. Fighting against the deep fear, against the crushing responsibility, against every single thing that might potentially go wrong. It was absolutely exhausting. Every single day felt like a brutal battle. And now it is simply not a battle. The same elements are still present, the fear, the inherent danger, the heavy weight of responsibility. But I am no longer struggling against them. They are simply part of the totality of what is here. Like the wind or the intense cold, you do not fight the weather. You learn how to work with it. His wife remained quiet, considering his words for a moment. I do not understand the mechanics of it, she admitted honestly. I cannot explain why a single moment of seeing something so clearly should radically transform how I feel about my entire life. But it has. The finished bridges are the same. The dangers are the same. I am mostly the same man, but there is a profound difference in how I manage to carry the totality of it. His wife gently took his hand. You carry it more lightly. Yes, that is precisely it. I carry it more lightly. Not because the burden itself has lessened in weight, but because I am no longer expending all my energy fighting against it. It is just what is here. The complex work, the attendant fear, the massive responsibility. I can now hold all of it simultaneously without being utterly crushed by the weight. Rio continued his profession, building bridges for another 12 years following that transformative day above the gorge. He did, tragically, lose men again, for bridge construction is inherently dangerous, and sometimes accidents occur despite the most stringent precautions. These losses inflicted pain upon him, just as they always had. He did not become magically immune to pain or to grief, but crucially, he did not allow the sorrow to solidify into an impenetrable wall around his life. He felt the grief fully, honored the men lost, and then continued forward. He brought his full, attentive presence to every new project, every new crew, and every single moment of labor. The structures he built were not demonstrably superior to his previous work in any measurable engineering sense. But the process of building them was fundamentally different. It was now bearable. Occasionally, it was even beautiful. When aspiring young builders sought his counsel, he always provided the practical wisdom: how to predict atmospheric changes, how to select robust materials, and how to maintain crew safety. But occasionally, with those individuals who seemed receptive to a deeper understanding, he would share the story of that transformative moment on the bridge. He spoke of the realization that they were not separate from their work, not separate from the fear inherent in it, and, ultimately, not separate from anything at all. He explained how that flash of profound insight could reorganize everything without altering a single external detail. The physical bridge is still the bridge, he would instruct them, The work is still the demanding work, but you possess the capacity to be present for it in a radically different way. You can allow the experience to simply be what it is, without waging an internal war against it. That acceptance does not render the task easy, but it renders it possible. And sometimes, he concluded, possibility is more than enough. This narrative beautifully illustrates the true outcome of returning to ordinary life, following a moment of genuine awakening. Rio did not abandon his profession. He did not achieve an impossible state of fearlessness or become impervious to loss. He returned to the very same work, the identical dangers, and the exact same responsibilities, but he bore their weight differently. He was fully present for the totality of his life in a way he had never been able to achieve before. Zen philosophy instructs us clearly that awakening is not an act of escaping the fundamental human condition. Instead, it is a deeper, more complete entry into it. We still feel fear, experience profound loss, and encounter inevitable difficulty. But we approach these experiences with heightened presence and a greater openness of heart. We find ourselves less entangled in our internal resistance to what is unfolding and more capable of simply being with the reality of the present moment. The Buddha continued to travel dusty roads, manage interactions with challenging individuals, and observe the gradual aging of his physical form. His awakening offered him no exemption from any of these realities. What it did grant him was a radically transformed relationship with them. He gained the capacity to be fully present with suffering without being utterly consumed or destroyed by it. He could meet every moment completely, regardless of whether it delivered pleasure or intense pain. This, then, is the essential treasure we retrieve from awakening, not immunity from the complexity of life, but profound intimacy with it. Not an escape from difficulty, but an unwavering presence within difficulty. The wood remains wood. The water is still water. But we now carry them with a palpable lightness that was previously unattainable. Let us now turn to a second narrative that further explores the integration of awakening into the fabric of ordinary life. In a small, humble village where the comforting aroma of baking bread faithfully permeated the streets every morning, there lived a woman named Sue, a master baker for 30 years. She had been taught the intricate craft by her mother, working diligently at her side since she was a small child. Flour and water and yeast, fire, time, and limitless patience. The ancient, cyclical rhythms of bread-making had fundamentally shaped the course of her entire existence. Sue excelled at her profession. Her loaves were consistently reliable, deeply nourishing, and precisely met the expectations of her clientele. She unlocked her shop well before the first hint of dawn and labored until midday, producing batch after batch of the staple bread that sustained the village community. It was honest work, undeniably useful labor. She had absolutely nothing objective to complain about. But somewhere along the line, over the expanse of those decades, the intrinsic joy had slowly, completely drained out of the process. She could not pinpoint the precise moment the change occurred. It was a subtle, gradual fading, much like vibrant color slowly leaching out of fine fabric left exposed too long to the harsh sunlight. She still executed the work skillfully, yet she did so mechanically, utterly devoid of internal presence. Her experienced hands performed the necessary movements automatically while her mind habitually drifted elsewhere. She dwelled on distant, old regrets. She generated anxiety over hypothetical future problems. She mentally reran old conversations and rehearsed imagined arguments. She engaged in anything that allowed her to escape being here in this bakery with this dough. Though her physical body remained diligently at the counter, Sue herself was rarely truly present in her own shop. Her customers, concerned only with the product, never seemed to notice the internal absence. The bread was consistently correct. It nourished people exactly as it should. But Sue knew an essential element was missing, even if she lacked the vocabulary to articulate it. Her days merged into an endless, indistinct blur. One morning of kneading was indistinguishable from the next. One batch of loaves was merely a repetition of the last. She began actively counting the remaining years until she could finally stop, until she could find rest, until she could be finished with the monotonous, endless cycle of repetition. But the future years stretched forbiddingly before her, and she possessed no means to hasten their passage. One particular morning, as Sue was deeply immersed in working the dough, just as she had done countless times before, it was the quiet of the early morning, still profoundly dark outside, with the village entirely asleep around her. She stood alone, accompanied only by the flour, the water, and the gentle, hypnotic rhythm of her hands as they pressed and folded the mixture. Her thoughts weren't fixed on anything specific. For perhaps the first time in a long time, her mind was still, too weary from the pre-dawn hour to begin its habitual, restless wandering. There was only the physical reality of the dough, the reliable action of her hands, and this precise motion, which she had executed so frequently it had become entirely automatic. And then, subtly, something within the experience changed. She couldn't articulate exactly what had shifted. The dough remained the same mixture. Her hands were the same instruments. The motion was the identical practiced movement, yet suddenly, she found herself present, fully anchored in the moment in a way she realized she hadn't been for years, perhaps even decades. She began to truly feel the substance beneath her fingers. She sensed its texture, the exact measure of its resistance, the subtle way it yielded and pushed back against her pressure. She felt it slowly animating, coming alive through her touch, the yeast quietly beginning its magical work. She registered its specific warmth, its earthy smell, the profound, simple reality of flour and water merging and transforming into something utterly new. She glanced around the interior of her bakery as though witnessing it clearly for the very first time. There was the worn wooden counter where she had labored for 30 years. The massive oven that had birthed countless loaves. The faint, pale light of dawn just beginning to filter through the window glass. All of it became instantly vivid, powerfully present, and, crucially, suddenly enough. Tears welled in her eyes, yet they were not tears of sorrow. She continued kneading the dough, allowing the tears to fall freely, without needing to understand the origin of this powerful feeling. She only knew one thing: she was here. She was finally present. After years of living mentally adrift, occupying a space far from her physical existence, she had returned to the simple, tangible reality of her own life. The physical bread she baked that morning was objectively indistinguishable from any other batch. It used the same flour, the same careful process, the same familiar oven. But when her first customer arrived, an elderly woman named Hannah, who had purchased bread from Sue nearly every day for 2 decades, something unexpected transpired. Hannah took a bite of her morning roll and immediately stopped chewing. She studied the roll in her hand, then peered at Sue. "This is different," she stated. "It is the same recipe I always use," Sue replied. Hannah confirmed, "I know, but something has changed. It tastes." Hannah paused, struggling to find the precise description. "More like bread. More like bread is supposed to taste. Did you change anything?" Sue thought back to that remarkable morning, the sudden clarity, the intense moment of presence while kneading, the silent tears she had shed. She knew she couldn't possibly explain. "I don't know," she answered simply. Perhaps I just paid more attention." Over the subsequent days, other customers began to notice the difference too. Something fundamental had shifted in Sue's bread. It wasn't the ingredients or the established technique, it was a subtle, almost unnameable quality. People described the bread as tasting more real, more vibrant, more alive, as if it had been created by someone who was fully present during the entire process. Sue kept her profound experience private. She didn't fully grasp the mechanism of the shift herself, but she consciously attempted to remain present in her work. This wasn't constant. Her mind still drifted sometimes, lost in recollections of the past or anxieties about the future. Yet, far more often than before, she was simply there with the dough, the earthy flour, the heat of the oven, the finished bread, and the soft light of the morning. Her external life remained unaltered. She continued to wake long before dawn. She still worked diligently until midday. She still produced the same familiar bread, but now she was entirely present for the act of making it. That quality of presence created the essential separation between a life she was merely enduring and a life she was consciously, actively living. Then, one day, her young niece arrived to apprentice in the craft. Eager and bright, the niece wanted to absorb all the esoteric secrets of baking exceptional bread. Sue carefully imparted the practical knowledge, the precise proportions, the critical timing, the methods for knowing when the dough reached its perfect state. But she also attempted to convey a deeper, less tangible lesson. The bread knows if you are truly present, she instructed her niece. I cannot explain the mechanism, but it senses your attention. If your mind is detached while your hands are operating, the resulting bread will be merely ordinary, technically correct, but lacking vitality. However, if you are genuinely present, fully here with the flour and the water, something miraculous occurs. The bread transcends the simple sum of its ingredients. Her niece responded with a look of frank skepticism. How could bread possibly know anything? It's just flour and water. Sue conceded, I don't know how it works. I only know that it is true. I spent years making perfectly acceptable bread while my awareness was elsewhere. The bread was fine, people ate it, but it lacked spirit. Now, I strive to be here. Truly here. And the bread is fundamentally different. People taste that difference, even if they can't articulate why. But how do you stay present? The niece pressed. My mind is constantly wandering. Sue offered a gentle smile. Mine does too. You cannot compel presence. All you can do is notice the moment you leave, and then gently return again and again. Notice the drifting and return to the work. The goal is not to be present perpetually. The goal is simply to come back the instant you realize you have drifted away. That act of returning, that is the actual practice. Sue guided her niece's hands, demonstrating the proper kneading motion. Feel the dough, she instructed. Don't analyze it with your thoughts about dough. Use your actual fingers. Feel the physical resistance, the precise way it pushes back. Feel the exact moment it transforms, becoming smooth and elastic. Let your hands be the guide, interpreting what is occurring, rather than listening to your mental ideas about what should be happening. The niece worked the lump of dough, trying earnestly to perceive the sensations Sue described. It proved far more difficult than the simple instructions suggested. Her mind constantly skipped ahead, planning the next step, or regressing to something that had happened the previous day. I keep losing the feeling, she admitted. Of course you do, Sue replied understandingly. Everyone experiences that. The mind is simply like a restless puppy that desires to chase every distraction. You don't punish it for running off. You simply, patiently, guide it back to the task over and over again. That is the entirety of the practice. The years that followed did not necessarily become easier. Sue still experienced exhaustion. Her body still ached predictably from the rigorous early mornings and the long hours of work. She still had moments when she longed to abandon the demanding routine entirely. But the fundamental core of her experience had changed. She was now truly living her life, rather than just passively watching it pass. The ingredients were the same, the flour, the water, the fire, but she was fully present for their transformation. And that simple act of presence made every difference. When people inquired about the notable change, she struggled to articulate it precisely. "I woke up," she sometimes offered. "I had been sleeping for years, even though my eyes were open and my hands were busy working. Then one morning I simply awoke, and since then, I have been focused on trying to remain awake." It was not a perfect explanation. It failed to capture the complexity of the event or the subtle mechanics of the shift. But it was the closest she could get. She had woken up. She had returned fully to her life. And the bread, in its mysterious way, understood everything, even if no one else could. Both Rio and Sue resumed their ordinary routines following their respective moments of awakening. They did not transition into roles as spiritual teachers or retreat into monastic life. They did not withdraw from the active world. Instead, they returned to building bridges and baking bread, the exact same vocations they had practiced all along, but they approached the work with a fundamental difference. They were deeply present for the execution of their tasks in a way that had previously eluded them. And that presence changed everything, yet externally, it changed nothing at all. The finished bridges remained structurally sound bridges. The bread was still recognizable bread. But now, a palpable quality, a vital life force, infused the work that had been absent before. Zen philosophy teaches that true awakening is not a state separate from mundane life. It does not occur in some distant place, requiring us to import it back into our existence. Rather, it emerges right here, within the context of our daily activities, in the rhythmic chopping of wood and the careful carrying of water. And it continues its unfolding in every subsequent moment that we encounter with true presence. The Buddha, having achieved awakening, did not cease his physical movement. He continued walking for the remainder of his life, teaching, offering assistance, and encountering each new day precisely as it arrived. However, his act of walking was transformed. He was fully invested in it. He was present with every deliberate step, every inhalation and exhalation, and every interaction. This is the profound truth we are all invited to discover. Not some ethereal, special state that removes us from our ordinary lives, but a grounded presence that fundamentally transforms our lives from the inside out. It involves encountering the same daily circumstances with a renewed perspective, performing the same tasks with deep awareness, and observing the familiar world with truly open eyes. As you settle into rest tonight, take a moment to reflect on your own ordinary life. Consider the work you perform, the routines you adhere to, the simple, seemingly insignificant acts that structure your days. Each one of these activities represents a prime opportunity for presence. Each is a natural setting where awakening can continuously unfold. You are not required to search for anything extraordinary or special. You only need to arrive fully right here for what has already been presented to you. Allow your body to fully settle now, sinking into rest. Tomorrow, you will resume your life, returning to your work and the mundane activities that occupy your time. But you possess the capacity to return with genuine presence. You can choose to be fully there for it. Cherish that simple, profound possibility as you gently drift towards sleep. We commonly conceptualize awakening as an arrival, a final destination we have been striving toward, a finish line we hope to cross after countless years of deliberate seeking. We harbor the expectation that once we achieve this state, the journey will be definitively over. We will have secured what we sought and can, at last, rest permanently. But Zen philosophy, however, offers a strikingly different perspective. Awakening is not a finality, it is a vital beginning. The moment of genuine insight is akin to a door swinging open, never a door slamming shut. The critical question is not merely that we saw the truth, but how we proceed to live based upon that insight. Furthermore, The seeing itself demands to be refreshed and renewed repeatedly in every brand new moment. Initially, this realization can be deeply disappointing. We crave for our moment of awakening to be permanent, a complete, effortless transformation that requires no ongoing maintenance. We desire to achieve enlightenment and declare the entire quest finished. But this model does not align with reality. The door that momentarily opened can indeed swing shut once more. The sharp clarity that was achieved can easily become clouded. The precious sense of presence can dissolve as deeply ingrained old habits instinctively reassert their dominance. This state of flux is not indicative of failure. It is simply the nature of how awakening operates within the human condition. We are not designed to rely on a single, past experience and passively coast through the remainder of our lives. We are meant to actively awaken, moment after moment, in every fresh instant. Every new morning presents a fresh opportunity. Every single breath serves as a renewed invitation. The clarity achieved yesterday must be intentionally realized again today, tomorrow, and every day thereafter. The Buddha himself did not abandon his spiritual practice following his enlightenment. He persisted for 45 years, walking, teaching, and greeting each new day with unwavering presence. His awakening was not a static trophy to be admired on a shelf. It was a dynamic, living force that he nurtured and expressed through his every action. This is the core teaching, awakening as an ongoing beginning. It is not defined as a solitary event, but as a continuous, endless unfolding. It is not an achievement to be claimed, but a fundamental way of existing. It is not a possession we acquire, but something we actively do, moment by precious moment, for the entirety of our lives. To illustrate this truth, let us explore the story of a young woman who learned this reality firsthand. In a town distinguished by its beautifully crafted rooftops, there resided a woman named Pim, who was a master tile maker. She had inherited the demanding craft from her aunt, expertly shaping wet clay into the curved pieces essential for protecting homes from harsh sun and driving rain. It was honest, practical work, and Pim executed it with skill. However, Pim carried an abiding feeling that there must be something more profound to existence than the mere making of tiles. She devoured texts concerning deep wisdom and spiritual enlightenment. She intently listened to traveling scholars who spoke of renowned teachers and timeless teachings. She yearned to grasp a deeper understanding of existence, an insight that would permanently transform her otherwise ordinary days into something rich and meaningful. At the age of 25, she commenced her studies with an elder woman named Kira, who lived quietly on the outskirts of the town. Kira had previously been a celebrated wandering teacher, but advancing age had compelled her to settle in one location. Now, aspiring students journeyed to her, rather than the reverse. Kira's teaching methods were far from elaborate. She never delivered lengthy lectures or imposed punishing, difficult practices. She simply lived her life authentically and allowed Pim to participate fully in that existence. They spent mornings sitting side by side, silently observing the gradual shift of the light as the sun rose. They worked collaboratively in the small garden, diligently pulling weeds and nurturing the various vegetables. They shared very simple meals, often eating in deep silence or occasionally conversing about utterly ordinary, everyday matters. Occasionally, Kira would articulate a concise statement that Pim would find herself mentally unpacking for days, perhaps a question without any readily apparent answer, or a simple observation that unexpectedly opened onto a vast, philosophical landscape. Mostly, however, they were just present together, fully immersed in their unremarkable daily routine. Pim frequently found herself frustrated by Kira's seemingly passive approach. She had come seeking intensive teaching, not mundane gardening. She desired lofty wisdom, not the tedious chore of weeding. She had read tales of renowned masters who bestowed powerful spiritual transmissions, instantaneously unlocking a student's mind with a single, potent word. This slow, deliberate daily existence felt like a profound waste of precious time. She remained in a constant state of anticipation, waiting for the real instruction to finally commence, the secret, hidden knowledge that promised to fundamentally change everything. She felt certain there had to be more to the practice than this. Surely Kira was deliberately withholding advanced teachings, waiting for the moment Pim proved herself ready. "When will you actually teach me about awakening?" she finally demanded one afternoon, unable to suppress her mounting impatience any longer. Kira looked up from the delicate vegetables she was nursing. "What exactly do you imagine I have been doing this entire time? We pull weeds. We cook rice. We simply sit in silence." "But I fail to see how these chores lead to profound understanding," Pim countered. Kira offered a knowing smile. "Understanding is not located elsewhere. It is not waiting patiently at the culmination of some specialized, secret teaching. It resides here in the soil of the weeds, the taste of the rice, and the depth of the silence. If you are unable to find it in this place, you will never find it anywhere." Pim attempted to take this wisdom to heart, but her impatience lingered. She desperately craved a dramatic, undeniable event, a singular moment of spiritual transformation that would serve as proof of her substantial progress. And then, quite unexpectedly, one afternoon, the shift arrived. Pim was working solitary in her tile workshop. By this time, she had spent 3 years under Kira's guidance, and an internal change, indefinable but palpable, had been subtly accumulating within her. She was in the middle of shaping a tile, her hands executing the habitual, fluid motions, when suddenly, the entire frame of her reality altered. She struggled to find language to describe the experience later. It was as though a heavy veil had been instantaneously lifted from her perception. A film she hadn't even realized was obstructing her view suddenly vanished. She saw the raw clay in her hands. She truly saw it, with pristine clarity. She perceived her own awareness and presence as something expansive and utterly clear. The demarcation separating herself from the external world seemed to dissolve, becoming thin, almost transparent. Everything in the workshop was vivid, intensely alive, and perfectly complete. This intense, transcendent feeling lasted for barely a minute. Then, it gracefully subsided, and she was simply Pim again, standing in her workshop, clutching a partially formed tile. But she knew, with absolute certainty, that something monumental had occurred. Her heart thumping with excitement, she immediately rushed toward Kira's home. She attempted to describe the intensity of her experience, tripping over words that felt woefully inadequate to capture the depth of the vision. Kira listened with deep attention. When Pim finally concluded her breathless account, the old woman simply nodded. "Good," she replied calmly. "And now what happens?" Pim was completely bewildered by the response. She had anticipated something far more validating, perhaps high praise, or confirmation that she had reached a significant milestone. She wanted acknowledgement that her years of diligent, patient waiting had finally culminated in success. "What do you mean, now what?" she stammered, slightly exasperated. "I experienced an awakening. I saw something I have never been capable of seeing before." "Yes," Kira confirmed gently. "You did. And now, what precisely will you do with that realization?" "I don't understand," Pim admitted. "Isn't that the goal? Isn't having the insight enough? Have I not arrived at a destination?" Kira silently invited Pim to sit down. They were positioned in the quiet garden, encircled by the very vegetables they had carefully tended together over the last 3 years. "Let me share a truth about awakening," Kira began. "It is absolutely real. What you experienced was genuine insight. I am not, for a moment, dismissing it. but it is not what you imagine it to be. She scooped up a handful of rich garden soil and watched as it delicately sifted through her aged fingers. You believe that awakening is analogous to scaling a mountain. You struggle and exert yourself, and finally, you reach the summit. At that point, you assume the effort is over. You have definitively arrived. You can plant your triumphant flag and finally rest. Is it? Just as she had done countless times before. It was the quiet, pre-dawn hour. The sky was still dark, and the entire village lay sleeping. She was utterly alone with the simple elements, the flower, the water, and the gentle, hypnotic rhythm of her hands pressing and folding the mass. She wasn't consciously focused on any specific thought. For once, her mind was still, too weary in this early hour to engage in its customary restless wandering. There was only the physical reality of the dough, the reliable motion of her hands, a process she had repeated so often it had become automatic, requiring zero mental effort. And then, subtly, something in the routine changed. She wouldn't have been able to articulate what exactly was different. The dough was the same formula. Her hands moved in the familiar way. The physical motion remained identical, yet suddenly, she was truly present, anchored in the moment in a way she realized she hadn't been for years, perhaps even decades. She felt the dough beneath her fingers, she truly felt it. She registered how it surrendered under pressure and then resiliently pushed back. She noted the subtle way it was transforming, slowly coming alive beneath the work of her hands, the yeast initiating its silent, powerful alchemy. She felt its warmth and inhaled its faint, rich smell. This was the profound, simple reality of flour and water transforming into something entirely new. She glanced around the bakery, viewing it as if for the very first time. The smooth, worn wooden counter where she had labored for 30 years. The massive oven that had birthed countless loaves. The faint, pale light of dawn just starting to filter through the window pane. All of it was abruptly vivid, undeniably present, and utterly sufficient. Tears welled in her eyes, yet they were not tears of sadness. She continued kneading the dough, allowing the tears to fall freely, not needing to grasp the meaning of this shift, yet accepting the reality of it. She was present. She had finally arrived. After spending years mentally detached, residing in abstract thoughts and memories, she had returned completely to the reality of her own life. The actual bread she baked that morning was, materially, no different from any previous batch, the same flour, the same established process, the same reliable oven. But when her very first customer arrived, an elderly woman named Hannah, who had been purchasing bread from Sue for 2 decades, something unexpected occurred. Hannah took a bite of her warm morning roll and froze. She stared intently at the bread in her hand, then looked directly at Sue. "This is different," she stated. "It is the same recipe I always use." "I know, but something is different. It tastes." Hannah struggled to articulate the sensation, finally settling on, "More like bread. More like it should taste." "Did you change anything?" Sue recalled the strange morning, the moment of intense presence during the kneading, the unexpected tears. She found herself unable to offer a technical explanation. "I don't know. Perhaps I just paid more attention." Over the next few days, other customers began noticing the subtle change. Something profound had shifted in Sue's bread. It wasn't the ingredients or the method, it was an intangible quality, difficult to define. People described the bread as tasting more real, more alive, as if it had been crafted by an individual entirely focused on the act of creation. Sue kept the details of her experience private. She didn't fully comprehend it herself, but she consciously attempted to remain present while working. This wasn't constant. Her mind still drifted occasionally, getting ensnared in memories of the past or anxieties about the future. Yet, far more frequently than before, she was entirely there, with the dough, with the flour, with the heat of the oven, the finished bread, and the dawning light. Her circumstances had not been altered. She still rose before dawn and worked until noon, producing the same familiar bread she always had. But now she was present for it. And that simple, profound presence was the critical difference between a life she had merely been enduring and a life she was now fully living. Eventually, her niece arrived, keen to learn the trade. She was young, eager, and hungry to uncover the secrets to perfect bread. Sue imparted all the essential practical knowledge, the precise proportions, the perfect timing, and the specific signs indicating when the dough had reached readiness. But she also attempted to convey a deeper lesson. "The bread knows if you are here or not," she instructed her niece. "I cannot explain the mechanism, but it knows. If your thoughts are miles away while your hands are working, the resulting bread will be merely ordinary. Technically correct, perhaps, but lacking life. Conversely, if you are genuinely present, wholly committed here with the flour and the water, a transformation occurs. The bread transcends the simple sum of its ingredients." Her niece looked doubtful. "How can bread know anything? It's just flour and water." "I don't know how," Sue replied simply. "I only know that it is true. I spent years baking while my consciousness was elsewhere. The bread was acceptable, people ate it. But it lacked life. Now I endeavor to be present. Really here. And the bread is undeniably different. People can taste that quality, even if they cannot articulate what it is. How do you manage to stay present?" "My mind wanders constantly." Sue offered a soft smile. "Mine does too. You cannot successfully force presence to happen. All you can do is notice when your attention has drifted away and gently bring it back over and over again. Notice and return. The goal is not to be perfectly present every single moment. It is about returning the instant you realize you have mentally checked out. The act of returning, that is the practice itself." She then demonstrated the kneading technique, carefully guiding her niece's hands through the powerful motion. "Feel the dough," she instructed. "Don't analyze it with your thoughts about dough. Use your actual fingers. Feel the specific texture. Feel how it resists you. Feel when it transitions, becoming smooth and elastic, truly alive. Let your hands relay the information, instead of relying on your preconceived ideas of what should be happening." The niece worked the mass of dough, diligently attempting to perceive the sensations Sue had described. It proved far more difficult than the explanation had suggested. Her mind continuously skipped ahead to the subsequent steps or drifted backward to events from the previous day. "I keep losing the connection," she confessed. "Of course you do. Everyone does. The mind is like an energetic puppy determined to run off in every direction. You don't chastise it for running. You simply and gently call it back over and over again. That's the entire lesson. That's the whole practice." The years that followed were not physically easier than those that preceded them. Sue still felt exhaustion. Her body still ached from the demands of early mornings and sustained hours of labor. There were still days when she yearned to simply be done with the entire routine. Yet, a fundamental change had occurred. She was actively living her life now, not merely existing and passing through it. The same flour, the same water, the same heat of the oven, but she was fully present for it all. And that presence changed everything. When customers inquired about the undeniable change, she struggled to articulate the experience. "I woke up," she sometimes offered. "I had been asleep for years, even though my eyes were open and my hands were constantly working. Then one morning I woke up and I've been trying to stay awake ever since." It was an imperfect response, failing to fully capture the mechanism or magnitude of the change, but it was the closest she could get. She had awakened. She had returned fully to her life. And somehow, the bread registered that fact, even if nobody else could quite grasp the reason. Both Rio and Sue seamlessly reintegrated into their ordinary lives after their respective moments of profound awakening. They did not abandon their professions to become teachers or retreat into monastic life. They simply returned to building bridges and baking bread, the exact same work they had been performing all along, but they executed that work in a fundamentally different manner. They approached it with a presence they had previously lacked. And that focused presence altered everything while, paradoxically, changing nothing externally. The bridges remained structurally sound bridges. The bread was still recognizable bread. Yet, there was a newfound quality, a vibrant life force within the work that had been entirely absent before. Zen philosophy instructs that awakening is not a separate, distant state apart from mundane existence. It doesn't occur in some esoteric realm only to be imported back later. It happens right here, woven into the fabric of our daily activities, in the act of chopping wood and carrying water. And it continuously unfolds in every moment that we greet with conscious presence. The Buddha, upon achieving enlightenment, did not cease his activities. He walked and taught for the remaining 45 years of his life, meeting each day with calm clarity. But his walking was transformed. He was fully invested in it. He was present with every step, every breath, and every encounter. This is the discovery we are all invited to make, not a specialized spiritual state that removes us from our daily lives, but an active presence that fundamentally transforms those lives from within. The same existing circumstances met with a different attitude. The identical work performed with heightened awareness. The same world viewed through newly opened eyes. As you take your rest tonight, reflect upon your own conventional life. Consider the work that occupies your time, the established routines you follow, the small, simple actions that comprise your days. Every single one of these moments is a potent opportunity for presence. Each is a natural setting where awakening can continue its unfolding. You are not required to search for something extraordinary or unique. You simply need to be here, fully present, for what has already been provided. Allow your body now to settle deeply into rest. Tomorrow, you will return to your life, to your occupation, to the customary activities that fill your hours. But you have the capacity to return to them with presence. You can actively choose to be truly there for them. Let that transformative possibility settle within your awareness as you gently drift towards sleep. We commonly perceive awakening as an end point, a coveted destination we have been striving toward, a finish line finally crossed after long years of searching. We harbor the expectation that once we arrive, the entire spiritual journey will be finalized. We will have secured what we sought and can, at last, rest. However, Zen tradition offers a contrasting perspective. Awakening is not a conclusion. It is, fundamentally, a commencement. The instant of clear seeing feels like a door swinging open, not shutting closed. What truly matters is not merely that we glimpse the truth, but how we choose to live informed by that realization. Moreover, the clarity of that seeing must be continuously renewed in every fresh moment that arises. Initially, this realization can feel deflating. We desire our awakening to be an irrevocable, permanent transformation that requires no subsequent effort. We want to achieve enlightenment and then consider the entire matter settled. But reality functions differently. The door that opened so clearly can easily swing shut again. The sudden clarity can become obscured by mental fog. The presence we momentarily discovered can dissolve as deeply ingrained old habits instinctively reassert themselves. This is not a sign of failure. It is simply the organic nature of how awakening works in human experience. We are not designed to rely on a single, isolated experience and mentally coast on it for the rest of our days. We are meant to reawaken repeatedly, moment after new moment. Each new morning offers a fresh opportunity. Each breath serves as an explicit invitation. The awakening that occurred yesterday must be actively reenacted today, tomorrow, and the day after that. The Buddha certainly did not suspend his practice after his enlightenment. He maintained it for 45 years, walking, teaching, and meeting every subsequent day with dedicated presence. His awakening was never treated as a trophy to be displayed on a shelf. It was a vibrant, living quality he consciously cultivated and expressed through every action. This is the core teaching of awakening as a beginning, not a singular, completed event, but an uninterrupted process of unfolding. Not an achievement that is owned, but a fundamental way of being. Not something we possess, but something we actively do, moment by moment, for the entirety of our lives. Let us now examine a story illustrating how one young woman came to understand this vital truth. In a charming town renowned for the elegance of its rooftops, a young woman named Pim worked as a tile maker. She had been taught the reliable craft by her aunt, meticulously forming clay into the distinct curved pieces that shielded homes from rain and harsh sun. It was honest, tangible work, and Pim performed it with skill. Yet, Pim always sensed there was a dimension of life beyond the shaping of clay. She immersed herself in texts on wisdom and spiritual enlightenment. She eagerly listened to traveling strangers who spoke of profound teachers and esoteric teachings. She felt a deep yearning to grasp a more profound truth about existence, a truth that could infuse her routine days with meaning. At the age of 25, she commenced studies with an aged woman named Kira, who resided just outside the town limits. Kira had previously been an itinerant teacher, but advancing age had anchored her permanently to one spot. Now, rather than seeking out students, they came to her. Kira's methods were notably simple. She never delivered lengthy lectures or imposed punishing, difficult practices. She simply lived her life, allowing Pim to share in its rhythm. They would sit together at dawn, silently observing the gradual shift of the light. They would labor in the garden, meticulously pulling weeds and nurturing the vegetable patch. They shared plain meals, often eating in silence or discussing matters of daily life. Occasionally, Kira would utter a phrase that Pim would mentally scrutinize for days, a question devoid of any clear solution, or an observation that appeared mundane but suddenly branched into something expansive and universal. Mostly, however, they were just present together, engaging in ordinary tasks. Pim frequently found herself impatient with this approach. She craved formal teaching, not gardening. She sought abstract wisdom, not the simple task of weeding. She had read accounts of Zen masters who bestowed powerful transmissions, who instantly opened students' minds with a single, potent word. This measured, slow daily existence felt like a profound waste of precious time. She continually waited for the true instruction to commence, the esoteric knowledge that would fundamentally change everything. Surely, she believed, there had to be more than this. Surely, Kira must be deliberately withholding a secret until Pim proved her readiness. "When will you finally teach me about awakening?" Pim finally asked one day, her impatience boiling over. Kira paused, looking up from the patch of vegetables she was carefully tending. "What exactly do you imagine I have been doing?" "We pull weeds. We cook rice. We simply sit in silence," Pim countered. "I fail to see how any of this leads to genuine understanding." Kira offered a gentle smile. "Understanding is not located somewhere else. It is not an award waiting for you at the culmination of some specialized lesson. It is here, now, contained within the weeds and the rice and the silence. If you are unable to locate it right here, you will not find it anywhere at all." Pim attempted to internalize this philosophy, yet her impatience persisted. She desperately craved a dramatic incident, a powerful, singular moment of transformation that would validate her progress. And then, one ordinary afternoon, that moment arrived. Pim was working independently in her tile workshop. She had been studying with Kira for 3 solid years, and although she couldn't pinpoint it, something subtle had been accumulating within her spirit. She was meticulously shaping a tile, her hands executing the habitual, known motions, when abruptly the entire frame of reference shifted. She was incapable of describing the event later. It felt precisely as if a heavy veil had been pulled aside, a thin film she hadn't even realized was obstructing her view suddenly cleared completely. She looked at the clay in her hands and truly saw it. She perceived her own awareness and presence as something vast, crystalline, and expansive. The perceived barrier between her essential self and the external world felt thin, almost non-existent. Everything around her, the tools, the dust, the air, was intensely vivid, profoundly alive, and wholly complete. The sensation endured for perhaps 60 seconds. Then it subsided, and she was simply Pim again, back in her workshop, clutching a partially formed tile. But she knew absolutely that something momentous had transpired. Heart pounding with exhilaration, she raced immediately to Kira's house. She attempted to articulate her experience, stumbling over clumsy words that seemed entirely insufficient for the immensity of the vision. Kira listened with deep attention. When Pim finally finished her account, the old woman nodded gently. "Good," Kira said. "Now what?" Pim was thoroughly bewildered. She had anticipated a grander response, perhaps congratulations, formal confirmation of a major spiritual achievement, or an acknowledgement that her years of patient endurance had paid off significantly. "What do you mean, now what?" "I experienced an awakening. I saw something I have never been able to see before." "Yes, you did. And now, what precisely will you do with that insight?" "I don't understand." "Isn't that sufficient? Haven't I reached the destination?" Kira gestured, inviting Pim to sit down beside her. They were surrounded by the same garden vegetables they had nurtured together for 3 years. "Let me share a truth about awakening," Kira began. "It is entirely real. What you just experienced was authentic. I am not dismissing it. But it is not what you imagine it to be." She scooped up a handful of dark soil and allowed the grains to slowly sift through her fingers. "You currently believe awakening is analogous to scaling a high mountain. You struggle and strive, and finally you reach the summit, and then the effort is complete. You have arrived. You plant your flag of victory and believe you can finally rest. Is it? Not like that at all. No, awakening is much more akin to learning to walk. That initial step, it is wonderful, even miraculous. Yet, it is decisively not the culmination. It is merely the commencement. Now, you are called to take another step, and then yet another, and so on. For the entirety of your life, this process of stepping forward will continue." Pim felt instantly deflated, the weight of the realization sinking in. She had mistakenly believed she was finished with seeking, done with the strenuous effort of striving. All she had wanted was the chance to finally, irrevocably rest. So, does this mean the profound experience I had counts for nothing? On the contrary, it means absolutely everything. But perhaps not in the permanent way you had hoped. It served to show you the realm of possibility. It offered you an undeniable taste of true clarity. But the true work is now to learn how to inhabit that clarity, living from it day by day, moment by moment. That initial vivid experience will inevitably fade, its sharp edges will dim. Your old, habitual patterns will creep back. You will find yourself forgetting what you once saw so clearly. And when that happens, you must choose to remember again. And then you will forget once more. And then, you must return to remembrance again. This, Pim, is the very essence of the path. Not a single, definitive arrival, but a continuous series of countless returns. Pim sat in thoughtful silence for a long time, absorbing the difficult truth. It was certainly not the outcome she desired, yet an undeniable knowing deep within her confirmed its veracity. "How do I initiate that return when I have completely forgotten?" she asked, clearing her throat. "The same way you arrived the very first time. By being truly present. By choosing to pay meticulous attention. By willingly letting go of all your preconceived notions about how things should be and instead observing how they actually are. You successfully accomplished this once in your workshop. You are entirely capable of doing it again. It may not manifest as the same electrifying experience, perhaps, but the underlying act of seeing, the essential presence, remains the same. Will this process ever become easier?" Kira responded with a gentle smile. "In certain respects, yes. You will become familiar with the inner landscape. You will quickly recognize the signs when you have drifted off course and will discover how to navigate back more efficiently. But in other ways, no. The cycle of forgetting will persist. The inherent need to return will never cease. Even for me, after 50 years, I still forget. I still find myself having to come back." "You still forget after all this time?" Pim asked, astonished. "Of course. I am still fundamentally human. My mind inevitably wanders. My ingrained habits exert their pull, drawing me away. But I have developed the crucial skill of not judging the forgetting itself. It is not a sign of failure. It is simply the nature of the mind. The essence of the practice is not striving to never forget. The essence of the practice is committing to always return." Pim dutifully returned to her workshop and her clay tiles. Just as Kira had predicted, the vivid clarity of her initial experience began to recede. There were entire days when she felt exactly as she had before, moments when the whole incident seemed like nothing more than an elaborate, self-conceived dream. But she clung to Kira's counsel. She stopped judging herself for the inevitable forgetting. Instead, she simply attempted to return, to be fully present with the cool, pliable clay. To mindfully feel her hands shaping the form of each tile. To willingly let go of thoughts concerning the past and the future, choosing instead to simply be here now with the material directly in front of her. Sometimes this presence arrived effortlessly. Other times it eluded her completely. Nevertheless, she persisted in the practice, continuously returning, always beginning again. As years accumulated, Pim not only mastered the craft of tile-making, but also developed proficiency in the profound practice of return. She cultivated the ability to notice her mental drifting and quickly guide herself back without resorting to self-criticism. She understood that awakening was not a fixed achievement she had secured, but a continuous state she participated in, moment after moment. There were challenging periods, seasons when presence felt acutely distant, when she felt as unawakened and ordinary as she had before her breakthrough. She would wrestle with doubt, questioning if the experience had even been real. Yet, she recalled Kira's teaching and withheld judgment. She simply returned as best she could to the task immediately before her. And then there were other times, unexpected moments, when the vividness spontaneously reasserted itself. Not always dramatically. Sometimes it was just a sudden flash of clarity while glazing a tile or a feeling of profound, inexplicable peace while simply drinking tea. These moments could neither be coerced nor accurately predicted. They arrived when they arrived. Her sole responsibility was to remain available to them. When younger individuals approached her seeking guidance on enlightenment, she would recount her own transformational experience in the workshop. But she always supplemented her story with the fundamental wisdom Kira had imparted. Awakening is undeniably real. It will fundamentally alter you. But understand this, it is never an ending. It is the start of an entirely different quality of life. A life defined by intentional attention. A life dedicated to continuous returning. You will, without question, forget what you have seen. That is absolutely certain. But you possess the capacity to always come back. That, too, is absolutely certain. Some of her listeners reacted with the same disappointment she had initially felt. They longed for a clear finish line, a final achievement, a permanent, self-sustaining transformation. Yet, a few of them truly grasped the teaching. They perceived that a life structured around returning was not a burden to be carried, but a profound, fresh gift, clear's throat. Every single return was new. Every moment lived in presence was whole and complete unto itself. There was no desperate need to cling to previous awakenings when fresh experiences were constantly available in the present moment. Every morning is inherently a new beginning, Pim would often state. Every single breath offers you a fresh chance to return. You do not require the specific, dramatic experience you had yesterday. What you need is the simple presence you can access right now. That presence is perpetually available. And that presence is eternally sufficient. This narrative of Pim illustrates powerfully that awakening is not a fixed accomplishment we finalize, but a dedicated practice we must continuously sustain. Zen philosophy teaches that enlightenment is not some static state we achieve and then hold on to permanently. It is far more like a delicate fire that requires constant tending or a precious garden that demands regular cultivation. The initial moment of profound seeing is invaluable, but its vitality must be constantly renewed. The clarity that once descended must be consciously invited back, over and over again, through determined presence and unwavering attention. The Buddha himself, following his enlightenment, continued his practice. He did not simply retire to sit back and coast on his attainment. He traveled, taught, and engaged fully with the demands of life for an additional 45 years. His awakening was not treated like a trophy on a shelf, but as a dynamic, living reality expressed through his every action. This entire perspective is both profoundly humbling and deeply encouraging. Humbling because we cannot realistically anticipate that a single, powerful experience will permanently redefine us. We will inevitably forget, we will drift, and we will certainly need to return. But it is encouraging because the avenue for return is always open. Regardless of how long we feel lost in distraction or forgetfulness, we retain the power to always come back. Each moment unfurls as a fresh, immediate beginning. Let us now explore a contrasting story, one that illustrates how even a lifetime spent in awakening remains a continuous, fresh beginning. In a quiet village nestled beside the sea, where the rhythmic sound of the waves provided a constant backdrop, as reliable as breathing, lived a man named Lee. His livelihood came from mending the great fishing nets. It was simple, deeply patient work. His experienced fingers knew the precise sequence of knots without conscious guidance from his mind. He had been mending nets for 4 decades, ever since he was a boy learning the trade from his father. Lee had long heard whispers of a renowned teacher named Jin, who resided farther up the rugged coast. She was exceptionally old now, well over 80, and had spent more than 50 of those years sharing her teachings. People spoke of her with intense reverence. Serious students frequently journeyed great distances just to receive her guidance. Some even claimed she was the wisest person currently alive. Lee had always possessed an inquisitive spirit regarding such matters. He devoured every text he could find concerning wisdom and enlightenment. He often mused about what it would truly be like to encounter someone who had committed their entire lifetime to the process of awakening. Surely, such an individual must have attained something magnificent, something far beyond the conceivable scope of ordinary folks like himself. One clear spring, Lee resolved to make the pilgrimage. The journey was relatively brief, perhaps 2 days of walking along the shoreline. He packed a minimal bag and set off, his mind overflowing with questions he desperately wanted to pose. What ultimate truths had she harvested over half a century? What elevated states of being had she achieved? What did it feel like to exist in a state of constant, unwavering awakening? He pictured her seated in profound, static meditation, enveloped by a circle of devoted disciples. He anticipated deep, esoteric discussions regarding the fundamental nature of reality. He imagined that merely being in her aura would feel palpably different, perhaps charged with an unmistakable spiritual energy. He located Jin's humble dwelling without difficulty. It was small and unpretentious, nestled slightly inland from the beach among a cluster of pines bent by the persistent sea wind. As he drew near, he saw an elderly woman sitting outside on a simple wooden bench. She was quietly, meticulously mending a large fishing net. Lee stopped short, confusion clouding his certainty, clear his throat. This surely couldn't be the legendary teacher. Someone of her immense reputation ought to be engaged in an activity far more significant than patching up torn netting. But when he politely inquired, the woman affirmed that she was, in fact, Jin. She graciously gestured for him to join her on the bench. "I have traveled here specifically to learn from you," Lee stated. "I have heard so much about your wisdom. I truly hoped you might be able to teach me something essential about the process of awakening." Jin did not interrupt her steady work. Her aged fingers moved ceaselessly, securing knots and repairing tears with effortless precision. "What precisely would you like to know?" she asked. Lee had carefully formulated several deep questions, but in this immediate presence, they suddenly struck him as utterly foolish. He watched her hands weaving through the webbing, a task so remarkably similar to his own labor back in his village. He had anticipated something profoundly different, something inherently more elevated or academic. "I don't quite know," he confessed, feeling awkward. "I suppose I thought you would be engaged in some other pursuit, something more spiritual." Jin offered a slight smile, her hands never pausing. "And what, pray tell, could possibly be more spiritual than the act of mending a net?" "I don't know. Perhaps deep meditation? Intense teaching, or contemplating the most profound, fundamental truths?" "I have done all those things for 50 years, she confirmed calmly. "I have dedicated my life to them." "And do you know the core lesson I have absorbed?" Lee leaned forward eagerly, desperate to capture the accumulated wisdom of half a century. "I have learned that mending this net is precisely as valuable as any of those pursuits. Perhaps even superior. The net exists tangibly. The knots are verifiable. My hands are real. When I manage to be fully and completely present with the task of mending, there is no sense of insufficiency, nothing more spiritual, to be found anywhere else." Lee sat processing this revelation. It was the complete opposite of what he had envisioned. He had anticipated intricate, elaborate doctrines, dazzling insights, and states of elevated consciousness far beyond mundane experience. Instead, he was observing an elderly woman expertly repairing a net, exactly as he did the same work at home. After 50 years of teaching, he ventured, "Are you still in the process of awakening, or have you finally arrived at some permanent, final destination?" Jin let out a rich, warm laugh, sounding like the gentle crash of waves against stones. "Every single day I wake up, every net I repair, every solitary knot I secure, that is my awakening. There is no such thing as arriving at a final destination. There is only this single moment, and then the following one, and then the one after that." "But surely, after such an immense passage of time, your experience must be fundamentally different from that of someone just starting out?" Jin finally paused her diligent work and met his gaze directly. Her eyes, startlingly bright despite her advanced years, held a depth he could not categorize. "In some ways, yes, it is different. I have become intimately acquainted with the terrain. I can recognize the subtle traps my own mind constantly lays for me. I know precisely how to quickly initiate the return when I have drifted off course. but the act of returning itself, the fresh waking up, that is perpetually new. It is not a mastery I achieved decades ago and now simply own. It is something I actively engage in every day, every moment. Today's presence, today's awakening, is not conditional upon yesterday's effort. It stands entirely on its own merit. She held up the section of net she was repairing. Observe these knots. Every single one is a complete, self-contained entity. It requires neither the knots tied before it nor the ones that will follow to be whole. My practice mirrors this. Each moment lived in presence is perfectly complete. I do not store up awakening like coins amassed in a jar. I simply show up again and engage with what is immediately present. Lee remained with Jin for 3 days. She provided no formal lessons, nor did she assign any specialized practices. She simply lived her life and permitted him to be an intimate part of it. They mended fishing nets side by side in a soothing silence. They prepared simple, nourishing meals of fresh fish and rice. They sat together watching the rhythmic ebb and flow of the sea as the sun traversed the sky. Initially, Lee felt an anticipation, constantly waiting for the real teaching to finally commence. Surely, she would eventually disclose the profound hidden wisdom, the secret methods, the monumental truths she had amassed over half a century. But the days unfolded, offering nothing but this: nets, simple sustenance, and the persistent sound of the ocean. Slowly, Lee began to grasp that this was the teaching itself. It was not a layer of instructions superimposed upon ordinary existence, but ordinary existence itself, when met with total, unwavering presence. Jin was concealing nothing. She was demonstrating everything in every shared moment. On his final morning, Lee posed one last question. How do you manage to keep beginning anew after such a vast number of years? Does it not become tiresome, this constant need to start over? Jin considered his words, her hands momentarily still and resting in her lap. When you are mending a net, do you ever become weary because each knot is unique? Do you wish you could simply tie one flawless, ultimate knot and be permanently finished with the task? No, he replied. Each knot is simply what is required to be done in that specific moment. Precisely, she affirmed. Every moment of awakening is identical. It is simply what needs to be done. Not a heavy burden nor a tedious repetition. It is merely this, now here. When you perceive it in this way, tiredness vanishes. All that remains is freshness, the pure act of beginning. She gently retrieved her needle and thread and immediately resuming her task. Go home, she advised him softly. Mend your net. Be utterly present with your work, your life, your breath. That encompasses the entire teaching. It is not a complex, esoteric concept you need to acquire from a famous teacher. Just this, again and again. Just this. Lee walked back along the familiar coast, observing the ocean waves, feeling the wind against his skin, and mindfully noticing the sensation of his feet connecting with the sand. He had expected to return burdened with specialized knowledge, secret techniques, something that would fundamentally differentiate him from his former self. Instead, he returned possessing a far simpler, more profound understanding. Awakening was not located somewhere else. It was not an object to be achieved, nor a final destination to be reached. It was right here, in this specific step, this particular breath, this very moment, and it would be patiently waiting for him in the next one, ready for him to simply show up. He resumed mending nets. The nature of the work remained unchanged, but now he approached it with a new quality of presence. Not because he had been taught something esoteric, but because he had realized that nothing special was required, only consistent presence, only intentional attention, only the commitment to begin again as frequently as necessary. For the remainder of their lives, both Pim and Lee discovered the central truth: awakening is not a terminal destination, but an endless, continuous beginning. Pim had to learn that her initial flash of clarity was not an endpoint, but the launch pad for a lifetime dedicated to return. Lee found that even Jin, after 50 years, was still commencing anew each morning, still showing up, still mending her nets with complete presence. Zen wisdom strongly asserts that there is no final arrival. Even the most venerated masters perpetually continue their practice, constantly return, and continually wake up. This dynamic is not evidence of their failure to achieve something permanent. It is because awakening is not a fixed commodity to be acquired. It is, rather, a fluid way of being that must be actively lived out moment by moment. This teaching proves to be both genuinely humbling and immensely liberating, clears throat. Humbling because we cannot afford to expect to reach a plateau where all effort is suddenly rendered unnecessary. There is always forgetting, always the subtle drift, and always the persistent need to return. But it is profoundly liberating because the capacity to return is never withdrawn. No matter how many times we lapse into distraction, we possess the inherent ability to begin again. The door to presence is never permanently shut. The invitation is perpetually open. As you settle into rest tonight, release any lingering expectation that you should have arrived somewhere definitive by now. Release the harsh judgment regarding how many times you have forgotten or how often you have allowed yourself to drift away. The practice is not defined by never forgetting. It is defined by the commitment to always return. And you are able to return right now. This breath, this single moment, this gentle awareness, it is right here, available whenever you simply remember to notice it. Tomorrow you will surely forget again. That much is certain. And then you will remember. And then you will forget. And then you will remember. This, precisely, is the path. Not a smooth, straight trajectory toward a fixed destination, but a continuous dance of forgetting and gracefully returning, performed over and over again throughout the duration of your life. Every time you return to the moment, it feels completely fresh. Every new beginning is already whole and complete in itself. You don't need to rely on the memory of yesterday's moment of clarity or awakening. All that is required is the luminous presence that makes itself available to you right now. Allow your body to fully settle, sinking deeply into stillness. Feel the gentle, effortless movement of your own breath. You are already beginning, right here in this specific moment. And when the sun rises tomorrow, you will simply begin again. This realization is profoundly enough. It has always been the complete sufficiency. We have journeyed together this evening through a tapestry of stories and profound teachings, all exploring the often mysterious nature of sudden, transformative awakening. We observed how this insight often arrives unexpectedly, striking in the most ordinary moments when we are least anticipating it. We've come to understand that something subtle must ripen within us over time, preparing the ground for that sudden flash of insight, which can never be forced by effort. We discovered that this sacred doorway is not hidden on some distant, inaccessible mountaintop, but is found right here in the kitchen, the workshop, or amid the simple daily tasks of our immediate lives. We witness the powerful truth that profound loss or heartbreak can sometimes crack us wide open, dramatically revealing the immutable essence of ourselves that can never be lost or taken away. We found that what awakening ultimately shows us is startlingly, almost unbelievably simple. It is not some complex, hidden esoteric knowledge, but simply the ordinary world seen clearly, at last, exactly for what it truly is. We reflected on how we returned to these very same lives after awakening, still chopping wood and carrying water, but we meet these familiar tasks with a profoundly new and centered presence. And we have learned that awakening is not a final destination or an ending point, but rather a continuous beginning, an ongoing practice of returning gently, again and again, to the freshness of this moment. Be assured, sudden awakening is absolutely real. While it possesses the power to fundamentally change the way we perceive reality, it does not exempt us from the vulnerability and challenges of being human. Instead, it invites us much more deeply into the richness of our own humanity, into the simple, startling wonder of simply being alive, breathing, and completely present. Tonight, as you gently drift toward rest and sleep, please release the habit of seeking anything special or extraordinary. Let go of expecting awakening to burst forth in some grand, dramatic form. Simply rest right here, anchored by this breath, held safe within this singular moment. This quiet space is precisely where awakening truly lives. This is where it has always patiently been waiting for you. Sleep well, and thank you sincerely for joining us tonight here at Zen Stories Sleep.